Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. How are folks? How are folks? I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely time. Hello, Mix. Hello, Winde. Hello, Sugiyamagawa. Hello, hello, hello. Let me give a quick shout out to Mix.uav, our resident bird. A man who is arguably, in some ways, older than me. It's, it's a good day. I miss Quinn's. I missed Quinn's. I did catch Mira's because I was up obnoxiously late. I was up obnoxiously late, but I did miss Quinn's. Dang. Quinn's lovely. The Mira stream was fun this morning. The Mira stream was pretty fun because Nagi was being an absolute sicko on there. But yes. Mix, as he has been known to say, was born old. He was born old and he will die old. Might not die old, but he was definitely born old. Age is recorded in metric prefixes. I mean, I remember you saying that your mother has said that you were 40 years old when you were 5 years old, I think was the specific phrasing. Hello Noir. Hello Noir. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. But yes, get some knuckle cracks in right there. But yes, I am happy to report that it is Monday, my favorite day of the week. Which is why I buggered off at 19. You are... Huh, why didn't small work? Sorry, I'm going to have to test that. Why didn't small work? Is this another thing that... Where is it? Did he get deleted? No, that's not right. Interesting. Interesting. I must check something here. This is... I should be small. I should be small. I should be small. Going to have to do a little bit of troubleshooting here. OBS, stop fighting me on transforms. That should be good. That should be good. That should be... I should be... I look small right now, right? I look small right now. I'm going to take a quick check on something here, which is... Yep, tall is also broken. So apologies on this one. Yeah, small Montas. It's small Montas. I love this redeem. I love this redeem. My friend, come on. Fine, I'll take that. I don't know why... Oh my god, seriously? Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Now I'm Almantas. This is Almantas. This is Almantas. I see what happened here. It is really annoying. I see what happened here. I'm very annoyed about it. Sorry, I'm just very, very annoyed about this. That OBS just kind of randomly reset a bunch of my settings. Okay, there we go. There we go. Minimal amounts of scuff. Could be a praying mantis. People have said this before, Emo Biscuit. Yes. I am, however, 6'4". So, you know, sorry about that one. I am only small temporarily. I am only small for the moment. Huh. Yeah. What was it? Imagine he was like 5'11". Eh. Could be doing all mantras? That's really good. That's really good, Mix. That's really good. That's really good. Elder Montas? Yeah, yeah. Hold on a second here. Okay, I was just double checking something. Okay, we should be fine. We should be fine. It looks like the breaking was specifically for the chat version of things. It looks like it is fine with. It looks like it's fine with the live screen. So I will leave that alone for the moment. But yes. I've been having a very. We can do the Mantas match. I never come up with any of this stuff. I am so bad at the dad jokes part of this whole thing. I am horrendous at it. Hold on, I'm gonna write these down. Because I cannot be trusted to come up with puns around my own name at all. So, hello, Mega Mighty. Hello. Did I say hello to you, Emo Biscuit? Or just thank you? Redeem ideas. There we go. Monta Smash. Oh my god. Hello, iPop. I mean, this is not normal handwriting, right? Right. This is not normal handwriting, right? It's very much includes me. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's very much a matter of me choosing to use specific tools in specific ways. I've shown off my regular handwriting on stream a couple of times, but it's, you know, not, there we go. But it's very different, right? It's very different. I think it's still all right. I think my normal handwriting is okay. I think it's not bad at all. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's bad. I do know some people who do not like it. I do know some people who really, really dislike my regular handwriting. My mother thinks it's atrocious, but she can be a little bit harsh sometimes. There we go. Finally comfortable. I've been having a very irritating experience for the last couple of weeks, and I'm starting to wonder if it's like another couple of people. Hello, Kirill. I mean, kind of by definition, I have teacher handwriting. Well, and actually what happens is that I write fast enough that I can kind of I can, when pressed, or if I really want to, I can write fast enough to like keep up with most people's speaking paces, right? I can do full transcriptions of folks speaking, which is, I think, pretty fast, right? I think that's pretty, like, definitionally pretty fast. But if I do that, it definitely comes at a compromise on how legible it is. It's not something where, like, I do that and, like, I maintain perfect legibility, right? It definitely definitely some suffering on the legibility side of things when I do that. So it's, you know, it definitely comes with a cost. Yeah, that'll happen. I mean, so the other thing about slant, you know, slant manipulation is a huge percentage of what I worry about when I am trying to do calligraphy, right? Like, because you really want the angle to be very straight up and down. And especially depending on the type of font, like italic doesn't want to be, but for Gothic, you want it to be like really straight up and down. And then the you know, so you do that. You can deal with that. You can modify that by just changing the angle of the underlying paper, and it's less obvious. I can kind of show off what I'm talking about when we go over, but I think it became kind of obvious when I was doing left-handed work, and I would have to rotate the camera like 180 degrees when we went from left to right. That it's not... I am not remotely writing like parallel to my own chest. Like, that is not at all what is happening. We are writing at pretty deep angles a lot of the time. And that's... Hold on a second. Well, I'm trying to get that here. Oh yeah, the doctor handwriting is pretty bad. It really doesn't help the doctors that they're writing on clipboards. Writing on a clipboard definitely, like, really negatively impacts your ability to write legibly. Just in general, not being able to plant your forearm or elbow on a stable surface makes everything else a lot worse. But I do think that there is something to be said for the fact that, like, because it's so culturally accepted among doctors to write in such horrible, illegible ways, that kind of like propagates, right? That like that's escalates. It's an acceptable cultural behavior, so therefore it becomes a more common behavior. Which I don't think is like super complicated as a conceit. You know, you start on, if, you know, ignoring the speed limit becomes commonplace, more people will ignore the speed limit. There's usually not that many guardrails on behavior becoming more common as it becomes more common, so to speak. You understand paracetamol in Dr. Ease? Understandable. It is a common drug. It is a common drug, at least across the ocean. It's very uncommon over here. On this side of the ocean. Like how no one follows window tinting laws to letter anymore. Yeah, that's a famously, like, under-enforced law. Like, among all laws, is kind of a famous one for, like, nobody follows this law. There's a lot of those laws that are just like nobody actually follows them in practice. I am always really amused by like how often I see people just break the law in front of cops. And like not even to like remotely sane extents. Like I have seen people drive on the sidewalk and nearly hit police officers and the cops like just didn't react at all. It's like, wow, you care so little about enforcing traffic law that you are willing to die to continue to not enforce the traffic law. You would sacrifice your life to make sure that the traffic law is being flagrantly violated as frequently as possible. So yeah, I'm on break. I hope not. They're getting overtime pay. But yeah, it's pretty interesting to watch. Gladly accept the sacrifice of cops. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. Sorry, just realizing that my desktop is an absolute mess and it's distracting the hell out of me. I'm going nuts over here. It's really more like woke-ass horror movies about fascists being tormented by demons. This is a bit of the trouble, right, Mix? This is a little bit of the trouble at this point, is that it's so much easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, that we can only make horror movies that are about where the cops are tormenting the rest of us. Oh, Jazzahall, incredible timing. Jazza, the game that you were playing rocked. Come on, why is my sorry, I'm getting annoyed at my I'll give a regular shout out. Oh, never mind. But yeah, Bad Dream Adventure was awesome. Bad Dream Adventure was great. I was watching Jazza's stream earlier. Jazza was playing a game called Bad Dream Adventure, which is like an insane 1999. I don't even know how to describe the art style as, other than very elaborate. Like, it took me a while to realize how elaborate it was that they were correctly rendering all of the Japanese, including some very strange words, in the marginalia. And it was... You're like a robot that drinks breast milk in a dystopia where everybody is on rails. It's super bizarre. I could not figure out what the purpose of the game was, Jazz. From watching, I could not figure out what the point of the game was. Like, what you're... I could not figure out what, like, the overall arc of it was, or what you were attempting to get done other than not die. Like, I did understand that dying was on the table, but I did not understand what the goals were. It was super strange, Mega Mighty. It rocked. It kind of ruled. It was like a trying to get to someone named Psyche. Okay. Yeah. And you're like a robot on train tracks. You can only move where like the minecart tracks take you. So it's pretty limited, and you have some very severe limitations on you. I did not introduce myself at all while we have been here. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. I do a lot of calligraphy here on this here stream on the twitch.tv, and that is what I am going to be doing today in a few minutes. But for now, I am kind of just warming up and getting used to the folks being around here. I stream. I'm a DGen overnight streamer. Hello, Blazy Knights. I should say hello to the other raiders. Hello, Beast X Exta. Hello, Loki Hearth. Hello, Jazzahall, of course, and hello, Blazy Knights. I hope that all of you enjoy your stay. And obviously, Jazza. Hold on a second. Obviously, Jazza, if you, and this goes to the rest of the raiders, if any of you all, if any such personas needs to leave, needs to bail, needs to get some food, some water, some rest, you are extremely welcome to. If, on the contrary, you would like to spend some time with me, you would like to be here and listen to me ramble about history and work on my calligraphy, that is also a perfectly exciting, that's also a lovely thing as far as I am concerned. I would enjoy that greatly if that was what you chose to do. But yes, I hope that people are having a lovely time. I probably grab some food, but you look absolutely Jazzahol. Get some food. I'll see you when you are befed. But yes, I did not get out that I've been having an irritating issue lately where I can't sleep for more than 3 or 4 hours at a stretch. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. I can get up to like 6-7 hours of sleep in a day, but it has to happen in 2 different sleep sessions, which is not how I like to sleep. And I'm not waking up like rested. I am waking up because like I'm too thirsty and hungry. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm wondering if there's like something wrong with like the salt balance in my diet or something like that that's causing me to like dehydrate way more quickly than I would like to, than I should. It's been driving me a little bit batty. A little bit up the wall, as you might say. But yes. I have been slowly reading through Inked. Hello, McAllister. Sounds like being pregnant. I was worried that I might be developing diabetes because I understand that that's a symptom of diabetes and my mother's diabetic. But my blood sugar's like 97. Like I'm fine. Like it's definitely not that. A couple other people I know have been reporting that, and not just pregnant people, McAllister, before you say it. Although, I mean, that would be really funny if it turns out that, like, a whole bunch of my random friends across the world have all just kind of simultaneously gotten pregnant. But it's in the last, like, 3 weeks, including my brother. But it does seem like it is... I don't know, it has the vibe of, like, is this, like, a COVID symptom or something? Like, did I get, like, a weird form of COVID that causes you to, like, develop sleep apnea? Is that like a new COVID symptom? Hello, Milk Porch. Hello, Milk Porch. Welcome in. I hope you were enjoying the bizarre adventure. Yeah, oh god, who knows? Yeah. Almost anything can be a COVID symptom. If people weren't aware of this, what COVID actually attacks in your body is not your respiratory system, it attacks your ACE2 receptors. So it can kinda just hit anything. Like, basically anything inside your body can be subject to the vagaries and evils of a COVID infection. So, you know, heads up on that one, right? Like, there's no guarantees with COVID. But yes. I do have a specific thing I wanted to do calligraphy-wise today. So we might do that. I'm gonna turn on studio mode. Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit of adjustments around here if you folks don't mind a little bit of nattering. Just gonna mostly making sure that the camera is where I want it to be. You would think that I would have a stable camera position for my streaming, and you would be extremely wrong. I do not have a stable camera position for either my face cam or my hand cam. They find a new location pretty much every stream. They are mobile. They are migratory even. Let's turn that on. Oh boy. I think I need a new lightbox coon. Maybe that's one of those things I should put up on their own as new lightbox coon. What does Almantas mean? It is a Lithuanian name that means knowledgeable. So, there you go. Simple enough answer. It was a little bit tight today. It was a little bit tight today. Overall, I would say better, but it's kind of not guaranteed every single day is better than the previous day, right? Today was a little bit tight, but I'm loose enough that I feel pretty comfortable doing calligraphy today. Yeah, I went with a Lithuanian name for my streaming. Let's change the category to reading and writing. At Almantas VT, and wow, 2,000 people watching that. Your name is an anagram of Mall Santa? Brutal. 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 In fairness, as I have been fond of saying, the men in my family get to look like Santa on purpose or by accident. And I have chosen to embrace this and look like Santa on purpose. Hold on a second, let's go into... Not Fuyugaki today. I want to play around with Yamabudo. Inks, inks, inks. Don't know what my model is doing right now, but it's probably not flattering. Inks. There we go, there's Yamabudo. Yes, we have a backlight. We do have Lightbox Coon. Lightbox Coon is fired up and heating up and probably going to scald me over the course of today's stream. Because he's been a little bastard lately. Alright, let's use the C2. I need to get a better system. This is currently my system for keeping track of my nibs. And it's a little bit foolish. We can do better. But not today. Today, we are doing the bare minimum. Okay, and have my syringes at the ready. And we assemble the pen. Write my theater class essays painstakingly in drafting handwriting. That is pretty rough. That is pretty rough. I, kind of annoyingly, did not take any theater classes. That's that probably would have helped me quite a bit as a VTuber if I had. Though, then again, I don't know, maybe it's kind of good for me that I have no real training, right? That you are getting a very amateur hour actor with whose experience with public speaking is extremely grounded in teaching rather than in acting. Though there aren't, I don't know, there's not that many. There's not that many people who have actual, like, acting experience, right? Like, the main one I think about is Koki. And, you know, Koki's very good, right? But, like, I am very dissimilar from her. I mean, that's it. Thank you, Emo Biscuit. Thank you, Emo Biscuit. Let's angle you a little bit. Alright. And, sorry, just adjusting some things around here because starting to do this means that my camera is in a terrible location. So let's see. There we go. Okay. Couldn't watch to relax in bed. That's fair. That's fair. Though, of course, I mean, the thing is that acting as a skill is not about just being theatrical, right? It is about having control over your energy and how people see you. Which doesn't necessarily mean obnoxious and loud and energetic, right? It is funny, right? That I thought... For one thing, I did not think that people would care about this skill at all when I started streaming. That did not even occur to me. And I thought well before I started streaming, well before it even occurred to me to start streaming, that I thought that a certain amount of video gamer skill was just full on necessary, right? That, like, people would be very annoyed at watching somebody just flat out be bad at video games. Certainly as bad at video games as I am. And if you look at how Twitch often operates, it can feel that way, you know? Can feel like there's a certain, like, drive in the entire system towards towards trying to create the best streaming that you can. Not even the best streaming, I should say, but the best gamer, right? The best gamer. Yes, I've told the story a few times that when I started watching streamers, it genuinely did not occur to me that anybody would enjoy watching me at all. That I could do this. I never thought that I could produce streams that people thought were fun to watch, or even... I shouldn't even say fun to watch, because fun's an interestingly loaded term. I was thinking a lot about a conversation I had with Invicta about this, where, like, fun did wind up being kind of load-bearing, and I hope Invicta doesn't feel... If Invicta is here, I hope he doesn't feel called out. That, I thought he was wrong on 2 counts, and one of those counts we didn't even get to talk about. because the other one took up so much of our energy. But worthwhile, right? Worthwhile and worth supporting. And you're right? A lot of the VTuber, a lot of the streamers that I watch are very high energy, right? I don't tend to. I watch a lot of streamers who are very, very not like me, who are very loud and energetic and, really take up a lot of space verbally. Too much ink there. Way too much ink there. I should have put more effort into draining the nib there. Let's get this in here. This is definitely the one that's the hardest for me to do left-handed. I'm using a standard heavyweight paper. It's still standard paper. I'm not using parchment. Parchment paper has a kind of specific conceit to it. But yeah, I'm using a standard art paper, and then I have a line paper underneath, and that's what the clips are. Which is slightly non-traditional. The more traditional way of doing things would be to draw the lines on the page with a pencil and a ruler. And the main reason why I don't do that is because I can't find my ruler. Today is not that day. All right, Emo Biscuit, have a good night. Have a good night. Yes. Yes, I do tend to stream pretty late in the evening. I do tend to stay pretty late in the evening. Just obligations that I have outside of streaming have made it so that streaming earlier in the day is like pretty gross for me. This is a very. I'm gonna reset the camera here for a second here. There we go. Oh my goodness, that's so much better. Oh, Kara! Hello, Kara. Lovely Kara. Hello, hello. And give a shout out to you. How was Divinity Original Sin 2? How was it? How was it, Kara? Thank you so much for stopping by, for trusting your folks with me. Hi, Allie. Hello, Allie. Always good to see you as well. Love Allie. Hello, Eclipse Bud. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and I do a lot of old man stuff, and my main thing is I like to do calligraphy. I like to do calligraphy and talk about history, and that's what I'm here to do. I am here to do those two things. And there's still plenty of history and plenty of calligraphy left to do, so I'm not worried about running out. It's a bit goofy yet again. That's very good to hear. That's very good to hear. And for my folks, Kara is a dear friend. Kara is a dear friend. I delight in her streams. I delight in her streams. She has a excellent mien. She is simultaneously very fun, but also surprisingly calming. She's much funner and funnier than I am. And if you want to listen to a lady with a voice that has a nice little twist of smoke on it, Kara is a wonderful, wonderful one to hang out with. And she's gotten some excellent art lately. I also love her model. Her model is very good. Her model is very, very good. Still too much ink on that one. There we go. You do your best, and it's very good. It's very good. It's very good. Favorite letter to write? It depends a little bit on the script, but usually it's W. Usually it is W. My overall favorites across all scripts is the Betard W. Well, I'm just resetting the pen a little bit here. The Betard W. Looks like this. This is my favorite letter. I adore this letter. My least favorite is consistently X. I don't like any of my X's. So this is my Gothic X. Betard, which is usually my favorite script. I kind of alternate a lot on Betard X's. Like that's an option. Is also an option. I don't like it a lot. X's always give me trouble. X's really, I struggle a lot with X's. And I have no idea how to do a capital X in Gothic. Hello, the bone color. Hello, bone color. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Also, I don't know why none of my chat commands are working, so I'm just going a little bit nuts about this. Streamerbot, why are you like this? Oh my god, just deleted all of my commands again. I'm going to lose my mind. Sorry, that's very frustrating. I thought I reset this last week. Nice. I need to convert over to Sammy. Sorry, I'm whining a little bit here, but I hate Sammy's interface a lot, but Streamerbot is also being really bad these days. But yes. In general, Betard produces my favorite letters. I'll just do the same sentence in Betard. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do another sentence in Betard that I like more. There we go. Yeah, Streamerbot is... I am trying to stick on 0.2.8 because I really hate the 1.0 update so much. But... like, it's clearly gonna break at some... Like, when you're deliberately not updating software, like, it's inevitably going to break, right? Like, the webhook is going to eventually break for going into OBS, and OBS I can't stay on, like, 30.2 or whatever I'm on for eternity, right? Like, eventually I do need to get off... I need to get onto a more modern OBS at some point. I'm only, like, 2 updates behind. But also, Sammy's interface is just, like, unreadable. It's just very annoying. It's, like literally just... You just kind of have a random series of white and dark spaces, and you're just kind of supposed to know what each of those white and dark spaces does. It's ridiculous. So, like I said, being whiny. There we go. There we go. Let's get a little bit more ink on that. There we go. Pretty good. Yes, you can call me Al. Hello, Nicola. Yes, you absolutely can call me Al. Al is fine. Al is fine. I'm in general pretty comfortable with nicknames. Al, Manny, Alma are all pretty common. There's a couple of less common ones that are typically like 1 or 2 people call me them. But those are the, like, All My. I think the only person who calls me All My is Mora Sensei. So far, no. Bug does call me Almantas Vermont. So, like, oh, F. Well, it's a good thing this is just a warm-up page and not an actual, like, practice sheet that I just got smeared a whole ton of ink. But yeah, so here's a comparison right before we go into ads. Here's what the comparison between my Gothic and my Batard. We are going into ads, though. We are going into ads, so I can talk a little bit more about it when we get back. But, yes, enjoy the fan art gallery. I am going to use the bathroom and get a little bit of a snack, and also refill on water, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Had to do a little bit of adjusting on my end. But yeah, so like I was saying, like, this is my two scripts I use the most, Gothic and Batard. I don't know what I'm gonna work on today. I think I have a piece in mind that I want to do. I have a short piece that I want to do today. And I'm not sure if it'll look better in Gothic or Batard. The main capital letter it's going to use is the same in both scripts, which is capital S. I do like this capital S quite a bit. This one took me a long time to converge on a version that I particularly liked. There's a lot of ways that there are a lot of variations on it that I was pretty unhappy with. And so I am pretty glad that I managed to converge on one that I'm pretty happy with. This one will probably involve a capital R, and I'm not happy with any of my capital R's. It does feel emotionally like I'm gravitating towards Batard, but I kind of do that all the time. I think Gothic might be the way to do it. This would be a Mishi Mali inspired piece. She's become one of my favorite streamers, and there's a mantra on her chat that her chat has that I think is very funny. So I was going to do that mantra. I might do some other work too, but mostly I was going to. That was my main target, was to do that. Gothic K's also kind of trouble me. But yeah, the book that I've been working my way through offline, and I really should try to. I'm taking my time with it, but I really should try to finish it off so that I can get to reading some books that are quote unquote useful for my mode of being, for my future, that are more practical. Is called Inked, and I've talked about it on stream before. Yes, Scaldy, yes, Scaldy. I've got the Snealing Snail chant in my DMs to myself. Snealing Snail, up above and mad as hell, way up high, full of rage, stuck up in her snealing cage. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's the main thing. That's the main thing I've actually like planning on doing. That's the reason why. That's part of the reason why I'm using Yamabudo, is I think this color suits her. But yeah, I've talked about Inked on here before, but you know what? It's my channel, so I get to talk about things that I like over and over again. The most recent, to give a sense of like how horrifying of a book this is to read, the fourth chapter that I just finished today was entitled Human Disassembly Line. Which is like, that's not a pleasant conceit, right? A human disassembly line. Like, one of the scariest parts of all of Chrono Trigger was the human disassembly line. Sounds like a Junji Ito manga, which is fair. And what it's about is it's about standards in the Qing military. Like how... Not Qing, Song. How did Song soldiers get recruited? How do they fit into the world? How do they choose who gets to serve and who doesn't? You know, very very, what do we say? Dehumanizing, right? That's what I'm looking for here. And very bleak. The Sung military recruited people largely through forced labor, through criminalization and enforcement, that it was fundamentally a criminal punishment, and officials were rewarded for recruiting more people. And so this incentivized a lot of false convictions, right? But there were other methods of getting people into the military, and one of the ones that always stood out to me as a particularly grim one was the children of soldiers. That, you know, soldiers would have entire families on the march with them. I have not played Mother 3. I have not. I have played Signalis. That was a nice bleak game. I think if Inked reminds me of any game, it is Signalis. Isn't Mother 3 part of Earthbound? Yeah, so the thing is that the military, the Sung military, was not a thing that was made for doing warfare. It was not like a war happens and then a military is made. What they had was the military was largely standing and largely conscripted, and so you take a guy who's like 18 years old, and then you put him into the military until he's like 70. That's like the terms of service is like basically a lifetime. It is basically lifetime terms of service, and so you are taking, in the case of Song China, you are taking a pretty significant percentage of the entire male population of the country and putting them into lifetime military service. Like, just as a matter of social reproduction, you can't actually have a society if those people don't also have families. And you can't, they weren't removed from the economy. You weren't like taking farmers and then putting them into the army and then they were just soldiers. You're taking farmers, turning them into soldiers, and then putting them to work. Public works projects, but also like artisanal craftsmanship, iron working, horseshoe making, plow making. A pretty large percentage of all skilled labor in the Song dynasty was done inside the construct of the military, inside the military process. And so that means that these people have families, right? Like, there's just simply no effort in the Song Dynasty military to stop soldiers from getting married and having kids. So hello, space. Hello, space. Who the heck is this? Giwi, okay. That's very sweet of you to say, Mega Mighty. And you're currently learning that I love the game Signalis. Oh, Spicy Sinpai, thank you for the follow. And for having a slightly fun name to having a fun name to say this, a slight variation on what I was expecting. I liked the surprise of it being Sinpai rather than Senpai. It's well, you hit the mark here. You hit the mark here. I really enjoy reading people's names super literally when I can. And Space, I would say pretty good. I would say pretty good. I've been having this very annoying problem where I can't stay asleep for very long. I don't know what the deal is. I still need to get, I'm still getting my 6-7 hours of sleep a day, but it's being split up in like multiple sleep sessions, and it's taking me it takes me so long to fall asleep. So like I'm effectively like not getting as much daytime, and I'm like way less well rested. So I'm going crazy. I'm going absolutely crazy. It's very frustrating. A second here. There we go. And you're looking for a writing stream, and this was the wrong one. That's fair. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I will be honest, I don't always entirely know what to do for my category, because my like, I think for some people, when they think writing, they're expecting me to yeah, it's just, I feel like it's like equally valid for me to do this as just chatting, or as art. Like, it's not like a big deal. It's just kind of like I'm a person who likes to optimize a lot. I like to optimize and actually kind of enjoy worrying about, like, do I use a number 2 or a number 3 pencil kind of thing. I actually kind of enjoy that. I am a Factorio. I'm a Factorio fan. This is Yamabudo. This is Roshizoku. Hold on, let's get it on here. Yes. Is that on camera right? 'Cause I'm not looking at the right monitor right now. Yes, this is the ink that I'm currently using. Yeah, I like Yoroshizoku inks a lot. I know some people who don't like the Yoroshizokus very much, because they're... I've heard some people say that they feel like they kind of like lack pizzazz. But genuinely, I really care a lot about the flow characteristics of my inks. And it might not matter as much for dip. This is a dip pen that I'm using right now. I actually write much more often and I'm much more experienced with using fountain pens, specifically Pilot Parallels. And yes, this is a Pilot offshoot. Yes, this is from Pilot. Honestly, if I like the number one company that should be sponsoring me is Pilot. Like, come on. Why the change? Mostly kind of curiosity. I do just as often do dips. I'm sorry, I still do fountains pretty frequently. But I'm doing, I don't know, I'm dips are considered kind of, there are some advantages to dips, mostly that for some of the bigger nib sizes, the fountain pens create like weird toothing effects at the edges that are kind of frustrating and not what I'm looking for. Platinum Corridas. Platinum, I don't actually think I own any Platinum pens. I own a lot of Pilots and a fair amount of... I'm gonna look this up. And all of my all of my calligraphy pens are Speedballs or Fountain, or Pilot Parallels. Unless we include my brush. My brush is Kuretake. Yeah, I should. Platinum Corridas. Okay, so it's like Platinum's equivalent to the Pilot Vanishing Point. Okay. I kind of don't like using a retractable, if I'm honest. I like having the caps. I'm old. My favorite fountain pen is my Faber-Castell. For like regular writing, I like my Faber-Castell the most. I do like my Pilot Metropolitan a lot, and when people ask me for like a pen suggestion, I always say the Pilot Metropolitan. Pilot Metropolitans are not expensive. God, can you imagine being... I could get sponsored. Imagine me being sponsored by Mont Blanc or Pilot. That'd be so goofy. Other people are getting sponsored by G Fuel. And I'm out here getting sponsored by, like, Pilot. Ridiculous. 60 plus fountain pens. Okay, you have a lot more than I do. I have, maybe 10, not including Pilot Parallels. I have like 10 Pilot Parallels alone. And then I've got like another 10 like regular fountain pens. I have a Faber-Castell Ambition, a Faber-Castell Tomaten, a no, that's all my Faber-Castells. I have a Waterman that I don't remember and I don't like, so I never use it. 2 Pilot Metros, a Lamy Safari. I can take them out, actually. What am I doing here? This is a visual medium. Alright, here's my pen box. Oh, you don't need to see my City of New York pen. My crappy ballpoints that I can take out of here. This one's a Padrino, which is fairly unusual. It's a fairly unusual one. Standard European medium nib. It's all steel, so it's heavy as heck, which is something I like. The case is, as you can see, getting chipped pretty badly, so not a fan of it, ultimately. Pilot Parallel, I am a huge fan of. This is like the only thing I actually use all the time. Because I do a lot of Japanese, right? I do a lot of Japanese, so I like to have those. This is the one I actually really like. This one, I love the texture on it. I love the weight on it. It is a little bit of a trouble that's a European medium, and again, I mostly, when I'm writing by hand, I'm writing in kanji anymore. I'm not taking too many handwritten notes in English, so I really can't work with mediums. Right, like I can't really work with European mediums. Fines are already troubling enough, right? A fine is already, so like, right, like that's barely readable. Like that's barely readable. You know. Let alone, like, an actual, like, hard character. I mean, I like fine because I like writing really small. You know, it's... let's see, can I do this? Right, like, I like writing really tiny, so I like to save space. I'm a bit neurotic about saving space. You know, so... just writing some characters that are pretty dense. It's so tiny. There's a story I really like that when I studied Chinese, my Laosha, I remember that like we would get the quizzes in some skoshi dekimasu dakedo jouzu janai yo. Spicy Senpai, this was my solution. Oh my goodness, that's hot as hell. My solution to when I tried to learn left-handed because I gave myself a bit of a injury. Nope. Sugoi, suge. Jouzu janai yo. Jouzu janai. Oh god, the C nib makes this actually considerably harder. I don't have any A nibs, so this is it's actually quite a bit harder than doing it with the pilot, than doing it with the parallel. I gave myself a little bit of a repetitive stress injury in June. So I spent some time learning how to do left-handed calligraphy. But it turns out that just writing normally with a broad nib pen with your left hand is really hard. You end up pushing the nib a lot, which is terrible. It feels horrible to push a broad nib. So I learned to write in mirror script. And if I wasn't for the fact that I'm trying to do something that I can be a little bit more proud of, I'd probably... I think if I had... These are Speedball C nibs. I need to put in an order for a bunch of replacement nibs, because I don't have any A's. But the C nibs, if you look carefully, you can tell that the C nib is not, like, parallel. Is not totally parallel, and that's designed. That's designed, but it's only designed for right-handed. And the thing is, like, I learned how to do mostly on the Pilot parallels, which are parallel, so I really kind of want the A nibs. I really kind of want some A zeros. I like working with mirror script. The mirror script is very fun. It does give me a headache. It's actually kind of a funny experience. Like writing it actually just hurts my head. It's pretty funny. Hold on a second. There we go. There we go. I'm feeling pretty good about my letter forms today. But yeah, I learned Shodo before I learned English language calligraphy. That doesn't say that I learned it well. That would be an exaggeration. Oh right, I didn't actually finish my story. When I was taking Chinese class, the quizzes would be given to us in Chinese, right? The quiz would be given to us in Chinese, and they would be in size 10 font. And my dumbass, looked at the quiz, the way the quiz was written, and I said, oh, so that's how large we're supposed to write our answers. This is a suggestion. And so I was writing all of my answers in size 10. And I didn't think there was anything weird about this until second semester, I hand in the quiz, and my Chinese teacher just says, like, out loud in front of everybody, I get so stressed out whenever Al hands in his quizzes. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? What does that mean? And he was like, look at this. Look at this. And I had no idea that I was doing anything remotely wrong. So this is actually still bigger than what I was writing in, because I had to get 0.5 millimeter pencil lead to write at that scale. There we go. I cannot lie, I'm feeling pretty confident in my Gothic tonight. Previous stream, when I was doing miniatures, when I was doing that mini stream previously, I was shaking a lot. I was like really shaky on stream. I was going crazy. I was not steady as a rock. Oh, just literally not an E. But yeah, I was really impressed with and inked with how vile. Hello, Rosa Trucks. With how vile the abuse of authority was by the Song authorities. Abuse of authority by the authorities. By the aristocracy of the Song dynasty. It was really quite something. Alright, Mega Mighty, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, okay, Tenchi Hazuki, welcome in, hold on, welcome in, Raiders. Let's give a shout out to Tenchi Hazuki. Welcome in, how was your stream? That's very kind of you to say, Tenchi Hazuki, that is very kind of you to say. If it helps you feel better about it, I've never smoked, so that really makes things a lot easier for me. Welcome in, Raiders. You can just call you Tenchi, that's fair. I actually like being quite formal, so if I was going to shorten your name, I would probably shorten it more often to Miss Hazuki. I always find that to be kind of fun to do. I think it is fun to act like to do that with VTuber names. But yes, hello Mr. Sofit, hello JC Rouser, hello Paranoid Corgi, Miss Hazuki is a dog, hello Valeth, hello Anchovy Roll, and hello Pharaxis. What is the sheep that you were burning? Also, I thought Miss Hazuki was her sourdough starter. Played Spiro. Sourdough is Freddie Mercury. That's a very good name. That's a very, very good name. I do like Queen quite a lot. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. That is not a bit, that is not lore, that is just a job I happen to hold in my distant past. I am now a VTuber. I'm now anime online for money, as they say. And I do a lot of old man things. I do a lot of miniatures painting, and I talk about history, and I do calligraphy, which is what I am doing today. If you need to raid and run, hello Sleeper Shark. If you need to raid and run, if you need to take a break, because I know that I raid out when I am tired or cold or hungry. I will not hold you hostage. You may absolutely raid and run. You have my full-throated permission to do so. If you would like to stay here, I am going to have your name appear in a few moments. And I try to keep things calm. My desired state for a stream is that it is cozy while also being intellectually engaging. I try to have at least a little bit of new historical information. Anchovy roll? Anchovy roll? I average about a liter of water per hour. So I priced it at 100,000 points as a joke at first. In the same way that my Oshi Cali Calico prices highlight messages at 50,000. To just be like, this is incredibly wasteful, don't do this. What has actually wound up happening, and that one should be paused. Holy crap, I'm going to pause that. I'm going to pause that one. I'm going to make sure that that is paused. That really needs to be paused right now. Okay, it is paused. Good, good. So what happened is that I decided that I'm too much of a weenie. I am not actually capable of being like, oh, you basically wasted 100,000 points. I don't actually have the guts for that. Oh, it's been redeemed twice. It has been redeemed twice. And so what happens when people redeem it is I drink an entire beer glass of whiskey. Yeah, Blue is one of the two people who has done it. So far it has been Blue and Emperor's Armpits have redeemed it. And you want to know the craziest part? The actual crazy part? Thank you for the follow, Anchovy Roll. The crazy part is not that I drank an entire beer glass of whiskey. And hello, Runes_77. That is not the crazy part. The crazy part is I wasn't hungover. Hangover dodged. Yeah. I've been hungover. I have been hungover in the past, Blue. It's happened. There we go. A beverage or two every so often. And the funny part is that I'm not overall a particularly heavy drinker. It's entirely possible that I won't have any more alcohol between now and MagFest. So let me go down the list. Who has been the raids today? Okay, so far we're at 3, so I'm keeping up pretty well. I normally do this at the very end of stream. Normally this is one of like the last things I do. I actually don't know a ton about the history of alcohol. The main thing I know is the most interesting thing. Yeah, I usually do them at the end. I'm trying to be a little bit like ahead of the curve here, mostly because it's nice that if somebody raids me and I can write the thank you while they're still here. And I was kind of reminded that when Tenshi Hazuki just raided. Yeah, that's the thing, Blue, right? I mean, so there's definitely a point in adulthood where if people have any sort of grace at all, they don't ask why you don't drink. Because truthfully, like, I don't know, I know that a fair number of people here are, like, college students, or, like, thereabouts in age. And when you're, like, a college student in America, at least, and somebody, like, turns down a drink, it's pretty normal. Like, come on, man. Why don't you drink? What are you, a nerd? That's weird. And then, like, by about 30, most people kind of figure out that if you offer somebody a beer at a party and they say, no, I don't drink, they aren't going to have a fun story. That's kind of the big thing. Is like it doesn't tend to be a, like, there isn't like a, like, people don't tend to have like comedy or fun stories about why they don't drink. It's usually a pretty depressing story. So just kind of like leave that one alone. It's kind of my suggestion. This is a very Frocter. Very, very Frocter. But yeah, it's... Well, and particularly, it feels like, with the case of alcohol, I mean, the stuff's poison. Like... Again, I'm obviously not above drinking, but, like, it is poison. Like, it is actually poison. This isn't metaphorical. This isn't like me being moralizing. It's just kind of like a statement about what it is. And thank you for the follow, Mendigo do Futuro _BR. BR. I must confess I'm curious as to what the BR in that name is doing. Brazil? Is my first thoughts. And yeah, you need DDs as a pretty normal part of the process. You're from Brazil! Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Greetings from New York. Greetings to... I think you guys are an hour ahead of us. I think Brazil is generally an hour ahead of us New Yorkers. It should be about 1 a.m. for you. Greetings from the past. The distant lands of 9/8. By the way, this is the reason why we don't use Gothic very much anymore. I'm assuming still bad. I'm assuming still pretty rough. Oh, it's a much better tea. The one I did at the top of the page, that's much better. Yes. Oh. Oh, if I got... Huh. Right. There we go. By the way, Miss Tenshi, Miss Hazuki, if you happen to still be here. And hello, Bun Banaiko. Geeble. Yes, I am. Your name is coming up on the thank you letter right now. So, if you want to look at it, you know, your choice, obviously. I cannot make you look. Hello, Toby. Hello, Toby. And I mean, I would like to think so, but Banaiko, I am putting in quite a lot of practice these days. And I mean, to be fair, Toby Honeybee, I fumble with all sorts of other things, so... You know, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. All right, so I'm going to put that down for the moment. I am burning through this Yamabudo. The dip uses ink a lot more inefficiently than the fountain pens do. I do have to say that. I am really noticing a difference in efficiency between the two. So if I want to keep on doing... If I want to do more dip, I'm probably going to start buying cheaper ink. Have a good night, Anchovy Roll. Have a good night. I don't never use pencil, but I don't use pencil very often. I do know some people who can write, like, pretty convincing Japanese-style calligraphy. Yeah, India ink does work well enough for dips. It works horribly for fountain pens. In case people don't know that, India ink will wreck your fountain pens. Don't use India ink in your fountain pens. It gets super clogged up. But for dips, it's a different story. For dip, it is a different story. Hold on, I'm going to turn off Lightbox Coon, let Lightbox Coon get a little bit of rest here. And we'll be coming... I will do something slightly different when we get back, but I will keep the thank you note going as we go. But hopefully the raiders who still be around appreciate that. I am, however, going to go run to the bathroom. Blue, I know some people who have frost. Think about that one. I've got family members who already have frost. Oh boy. All right. Enjoy the fan art gallery and or the commercials. I am back. I am back. I am back. I am back. I might take a moment to, because Flea Flicker got screwed out of a quote. So let me just let's see. Does that work? No. No. Hold on. I need to. What? Did all my quotes get destroyed? Sorry, I need to figure this out. Did all my quotes get destroyed? All my quotes got destroyed! Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm going to disable that redeem and refund it. I apologize, but all of my quotes are gone. F. So first of all, let me disable that. Add a quote, enable, pull a quote. Disable. Lets me get over to Stream Manager, take a quick look here, and none of those. Pull a quote, reject and refund back to user. There we go. Sorry, that was okay. And hello, Demi_Demi_Demi. Yeah, I'm just want to make sure that Flea Flicker gets his points worth. Okay, I'll put that up there. And now we get to the actual main event of the night. I should probably buy like a year's worth of paper, a year or two's worth of paper before before the tariffs start hitting me too hard. Going to a foreign country just to import paper sounds like an absolute nightmare and a half. Smuggling paper products across the Canadian border. Let me make sure I pull up what I'm looking at. There we go. Certainly depends on. I mean, Canada's. I can just drive to Canada, right? Like Canada, I can just drive to. So like that one. I mean, it sucks, but I can do it. Okay. And let me... Really should have pulled this up before. Oh, yeah, gross. Don't want to look at the stream manager. There we go. Flashbang incoming. So let's see. So this is 6 lines. So that's 18 lines. 2. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I can start a couple lines down. Start around here, I guess. This paper has different enough qualities. To kind of throw me off a little bit. And it is pretty textured. It is pretty textured. It is substantially more textured. This paper, this is Strathmore, and I generally like the Strathmore paper, but sometimes it, like, depending on how the day is going, sometimes it feels very humid. Okay, Toby, please take care of yourself. If your head hurts, please deal with that. Yes, Snealing. Yes, best under heaven. This is, I've been watching a lot of Mishimali, and she is a snail. She is a snail, and she has a redeem that puts her model on the top of the screen and rotates it so that instead of coming out of the bottom right, she's coming out of the top right of the window. And there's a little, this pisses her off. And there's a little chant for it. Yeah, Toby, please drink some water. A little bit inconsistent. Oh geez, that's wet. All right, let's get in the what? Let's get... I'm just trying to figure out this. I'm just thinking about the spacing right here. I'm thinking about the spacing. Up, above, and mad as hell. That'll be tight, so I'm gonna space it up a little bit over to the left. I'm gonna do a lot of capitals. Gothic capitals are really cool, so very little shame in using them freely. Up above. And bad N. Decent D, though. I'll take that. Let's go with that type of N right now. That's what he said. Yep. My Gothic lowercase d's, I think, are definitely getting better. I say as I make a pretty mediocre one. They've been a traditional challenge letter for me. Crack in the neck. There we go. There we go. Oh, hello, Dulcet. Oh, thank you, Dulcet. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you for the heads up. That's very sweet of you. That's very sweet of you. I will. You came. That's a good timing because I am out of ads. Oh, okay. I hope I'm not too loud right now. I will not shout when they come in. But I think that you're familiar with me enough to know that I won't. That's sweet of him to tell me. Let's get in here. Alrighty. Oh. Though that was a good reminder from Dulcet that I haven't added my schedule to my OBS. I'll need to do that. I'll do it during the next ad break. Oh, there we... Oh. Okay, I see why you warned me. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and miniatures painting, and today is a mini painting stream. Not a mini painting. Today is a calligraphy stream. I am doing a little piece for Mishimali, who I admire quite a bit. What were you up to, Dulcet? Oh, I guess you did say that you were doing ASMR. Dulcet told me before he came in. Hello, Black Or. Hello, Demi. Hello, G Worth. Hello, Butler Legs 23. Hello, Midnight_Splendor. Hello, Rain _Aldene. Hello, Wadzop. Hello, Winnie123. Hello, of course, to Hug a Tree, Be a Target. Oh, you know who that is? Oh. Oh, your hands are bad for that? Oh, I should also say thank you for the follows to Shiny Panther 42, Rams Golden Fleece, Empty Space, and Kev Hype 9. Yes, I do like Mishimali quite a bit. And I like this little chant that they have in their community. I think I started a little bit low on the page, but that's fine. If I was doing it professionally, I would feel much more bad about it. But however, I do also do a little sheet for the folks who rated me over the course of the stream, so I will be adding Dulcet to that. How did the ASMR go, Dulcet? How was it? Uh, and I mean, G-Worth, do not worry about it. Very few people do calligraphy. I legitimately only know one other streamer, on all of Twitch.tv who regularly does calligraphy content. That would be Mia, the calligrapher, and I don't think she's been live in like 5 months. So, anime_girl_armpit_sweat, thank you for the follow. Butterlegs23, thank you for the follow. I mean, depends on your notion of carved out. I've certainly got a skill that I enjoy, is how I would say it. I have a skill that I enjoy and that I enjoy streaming. I don't know how much that qualifies as a niche at this point, but it's something I like doing. It's something I like doing. Hold on, let's get a little bit more of the ink out of there. And there we go. That's pretty good. I'll take that D. Let's get in here. A couple of these tricks I've gotten a little bit better at. I usually work with fountain pen. And fountain pen is usually a lot easier with doing the hairlines. But yes. Very few people do calligraphy, and I may be capable, I think, with calligraphy. It is a skill that, like I said, I feel pretty comfortable with, and I enjoy quite a bit. But you know what I can't do? Is I can't sing. That favorite skill of VTubers, singing, I am really horrible at. And in theory, I could learn how to sing. With that voice, I am sorry, G-Worth. I am sorry. I'm tone deaf. It doesn't really matter how good your vocal qualities are if you can't tell when you're hitting the notes or not. Hello, Dr. King Knight. Oh, I was about to say, and hello, Desario. I actually do some Japanese calligraphy as well, but I am definitely better at English language calligraphy than I am at Japanese calligraphy. And sort of, right? I actually did practice singing for a long time, and I never got above, like, extraordinarily bad. It was... And here's the actual reality, right? Here's the actual reality. The actual reality of me and singing, and this is a deeper reality about learning skills, is that as a person, you have a limited amount of time on this earth. and learning skills take a considerable investment of time. And I am not invested enough in learning how to sing to really get over the amount of time it would take. Anonymous Dawn, thank you for the follow. And hello, Luco. Hello, Luco. It's all good. It's all good. And I didn't say this before, so I apologize to Dulcet and to the other raiders. But if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I know that I tend to end my streams when I am hungry or tired, or cold sometimes. So I do not blame anybody who wishes to leave at the end of stream. That's very reasonable, and I have done some ASMR. I have done some ASMR in my time. I do know how to do it. But I know that it takes energy. It takes the time. It takes the patience. It takes energy. Yeah, to at least see how it turned out. Well, hold on. Let me get a little bit of practice. Thank you very much, Dulcet. It was very lovely of you to leave your folks with me. I really appreciate it. I appreciate every time you raid in, and I appreciate everyone else who comes and sticks around. Have a lovely rest of your night, Dulcet. Alright, I guess I do kind of know how to do that. Yeah. I think I can do the ASMR voice all right. I try not to overuse it. Hello, empty space. I try not to overuse it. It's not my core as a content creator. And I do actually know a couple of my regulars actually find it incredibly annoying. So I try not to push it too hard. A couple of my regulars, I believe the phrase I like to use is respond extremely positively. Well, I'm glad that you liked it, Butterlegs. I'm glad you liked it. I look forward to having you back in the future. Oh, and Nari's reaction's incredible. Jack00. I may as well fill in the raiders on this. My good friend Inari Reiju, whom I love dearly, is weak to my ASMR voice, is the phrasing that she uses. She's vulnerable to it. And she responds very, very strongly to it. And she was at Offkai. We were both at Offkai. And I held a little party, a very small party, not a big party. It was like 15 people. A very small party. I baked bread, I served beers, and it was just a nice little yard party at the end of Offkai. And when I did ASMR voice to her there, she literally did a full Dark Souls dodge roll. She did a diving Dark Souls dodge roll in the middle of the party. Very proud of that moment. Some people you would react the same to. Heck yeah, G-Worth. Heck yeah. I myself do not experience ASMR. So when I have experimented with ASMR, I've really relied on other people giving me feedback and telling me what works and what doesn't, because if I hear playback of myself, I don't notice anything in particular. I can tell in my throat, right? Hello, Hex. Hello, Hex. I can tell in my bones. No, I can listen to it myself, G-Worth. It just doesn't do anything. It just sounds like me. It just sounds like me. And it was something I thought was kind of interesting is that when I tried to look up how many people experience ASMR, the phrasing that I saw in the online literature was up to 20% of people experience ASMR. Meaning that anywhere from 80 to 90% of humans don't experience it at all. Yep. So you folks experiencing the ASMR are the lucky few. A privileged people. I thought it was surprising too. I thought that I was a rare person who didn't get it. I thought I was a rare person who didn't experience ASMR. But no, it appears that I am in the majority. Hold on, let's get a little bit of liquidity in there. There we go. But yes, to a point that was made earlier about tone deafness. I am not fully perfectly tone deaf, right? Like I can listen to music and I can kind of tell that a key change has happened, right? I can kind of tell that such and that one note was higher than another note if you put them right next to each other, right? So I'm not like perfectly tone deaf. And if I spent enough time, I probably could learn better to tell the difference between notes and tones. And maybe even get good enough to sing. But it would be an enormous amount of time. It would be an enormous time sink for me to learn how to do so, and like skills that I'm working on learning right now. I'm improving my calligraphy as much as I can. I am trying to learn better how to be a better streamer and how to execute content that people find enjoyable and work well with my viewers. I am trying to learn Japanese. I am running. And at that point, I'm learning miniatures painting. I'm learning how to paint. And none of those are actually, none of those are my day job. Those are all secondary to my other job. So it's a lot. And yeah, Dr. King Knight, I based on listening to how people talked online, assumed that I was in a small minority. And I should point out that I did not do a full medical literature review. I did some quick Googling and am reporting back to what that quick Googling produced, but we all kind of know how good Google is in 2025. Well, I looked this up last year, so 2024, but we all know how good Google is post 2016. So who knows? Right. Oh, geez. This was before AI overview, and I never read the... I have that disabled. The AI overview is vile. But yeah, to your point, Dr. King Knight, if I were to rely on my personal network of people I just know and talk to on a regular basis, extrapolating that outwards, it would be 30% plus of Americans are trans, and the actual number is half a percentage point. I would be off by 60 times. So, we definitely have our little bubbles. The one that's actually the funniest to me that I was having a conversation with some even older folks, that I don't know anybody who listens to Taylor Swift. I just don't. I've heard maybe 2 Taylor Swift songs in my life. And clearly people do listen to her. She's literally a billionaire. But not me. Not any of my friends. And I never meet anybody who does. And it's slightly amusing to me because when I meet new people, almost every time I meet new people and music comes up, everybody listens to Perturbator. Completely random people who I meet through completely random mechanisms listen to Perturbator. Everybody seems to listen to Perturbator. If I were to base off of my anecdota, I would be oh yeah, the most popular band in the world has to be Perturbator. Which is not true. Which is not true. But the Perturbator is super cool. Hello, Vover, and yes, you were somebody I was thinking about. Yeah, there's all this proximity bias. This is why snowball sampling is such a risky technique in sociology. Even though I like snowball sampling, I'm not gonna lie. I actually rather do like snowball. It's just, if you do snowball sampling, sorry. Spelling mistake at this point. Gotta start over. How am I on ad break? Where's ad break? 15 minutes. I'll get started on the next one. F. You get to go in the garbage file. I need to sort out what I'm doing with that garbage file. Hold on a second here. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up here. So I want basically one set of lines up higher. Okay, so up about here. Turn it into origami. I could do that. I mean, what I tend to do is I tend to use the back of it as a practice sheet for like offline warm-ups. Tends to be what I do. Let's do it right here, actually. There we go. I haven't done an origami stream in a while. I did also just remember that I think it was the Knicks were going to an away game, and a reporter was, you know, catching them on the way out and getting onto the bus, and was asking all of the players what their favorite Taylor Swift song was. And out of the entire team, only one person could name a Taylor Swift song. One person said Rolling in the Deep, I believe, which, if people don't know, is not a Taylor Swift song, but is an Adele song. And there's one guy who was from the same hometown as Taylor Swift, and so he didn't say anything about her music, he just talked about his hometown. He just gave a bunch of hometown facts, which is really funny. Which I mostly bring up just to kind of highlight how isolative the culture can be at this point. That a lot of the pop culture, a lot of the assumptions about pop cultural monoculture just don't obtain in the 21st century. It's not like when I was younger, right? When I was younger and pretty much everybody knew the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. You know, it would be pretty surprising to go to school and people didn't have a favorite, you know, Beatles song, or at least one of the two, right? I'm an American, so it wasn't quite as acrimonious as in the United Kingdom, where there's a whole, like, class warfare thing going on that was really quite strange. Oh, Protonic _ thank you for the follow. Trying to make sure that I don't autopilot into spelling something wrong again. Unreal Uncle Tuber? I have a lot of nieces and nephews. Hello, Nanomancer. Hello, Nanomancer. Hold on a second. Literally all of my commands are broken, so I have to do the shout-out manually. I can't just request that Blue do it. There we go. It's Nanomancer. It's the cat that is also a wizard. Oh, Nano, did you ever check out Tactical Breach Wizards? Okay, Nano, that's a game that has some great wizards in it. So some real great schools of magic in it. One of the characters is a traffic wizard. I forget the exact phrasing, if it was a traffic warlock or a traffic mage, or a traffic wizard. But he traps the souls of people with too many traffic tickets and launches them with their car as a giant area of effect attack. It's great. Hello, Satine Fiore. It's a pretty great gimmick. I like that guy a lot. I am in need of background noise to mentally distract you while you suffer. Google form of order intakes. That's very fine, Satine. Do not worry about it at all. This is actually something that I love people doing. I actually love people coming in here to co-work with me. Which is very funny, because in real life, I'm a terrible person to do co-working and body doubling with. I'm horrible at it. I am so, like, 1950s housewife brained that if I am not, like, entertaining people in my presence, I feel like I am, like, committing a crime. Like, I feel like I'm, like, robbing a bank or something like that. It's, like, I feel horrible. However, if I am in charge and I am just talking and doing calligraphy and people are about, that's perfectly good. That's perfectly good. Something about me being in charge. I have a set that I rotate through. I have, so I do pretty much only use broad. I don't use pointed very much at all. And frankly, I'm not actually very interested in learning pointed. It's just a lot of additional skills to learn pointed at this point, and if anything, I actually feel like I need to kind of be focusing down and establishing a niche for myself as a calligrapher as I'm, you know, taking this more seriously professionally. As I write Snealing Snail. So I do, this is a dip, it's a C2, I have a C1 as well. I am planning on buying a bunch of A0s and A1s and some more, and a C0 and some more C1s and 2s. I actually, though, however, mostly do my calligraphy with pilot parallels. This is not this one. Hold on a second. Let me grab it. There it is. This is my most used pen. This is my most used pen. Pilot Parallel 2.4 millimeter. This is my most used one. This would probably be my second most used. A Pilot Parallel 3.8 millimeter. These are those are my most used pens. And I have an entire box basically full of Pilot Parallels that are mostly there to have, so that I can have multiple of them inked up in different colors at the same time, which I don't even do that much anymore. So, you know, just goes to show. Big curve. There we go. But yes, I also do have a brush that I use for Japanese calligraphy. Oh, I've played with a glass quill a little bit, but not very substantially. Glass pens are cool, but I'm not actually familiar with any calligraphers who do much with them other than kind of treat them as a toy. Because they don't really help you, as far as I know, there isn't really a way to use them to, like, create good serifing. Hello, thank you, Black Ore, for the follow. So I've used up glass quill. I think they're kind of neat, but I haven't, the main reason why I never got one was because, well, number one reason was because I didn't know what to do with it. The other reason is that I am deeply, deeply worried about shattered glass. I am probably unreasonably afraid of broken glass. Not in, like, a terrified way, but just in a, like, oh my god, what a pain in the neck! Cleaning up broken glass is always such a pain, and I don't have to do it in my studio. I already have to do it in the kitchen often enough. As the great sage Ronnie James Dio, it's like broken glass. You get cut before you see it. That stuff is annoying too. I do know a VTuber who makes stained glass art. Oh, this is, so there's a VTuber named Mishimali, who I like quite a bit. And her community has this is a little chant that they've got that I think is very funny. There's a redeem that puts her model on the ceiling. But because she is a snail, it is the snealing. And it pisses her off in a way that's very funny. And so this is the little chant that they do when she gets put on the snealing. And I just kind of want to do it because I've been enjoying her content a lot lately, and I figure that if I'm enjoying somebody's content enough, I should do my version of fan art, right? That feels like it makes sense to me, at least. Nope, we are in ads. We are in ads. I am going to go to the bathroom while we're in ads because I really, really need to. But I'll see you all in a minute. And I'm back, and I'm back. And I'm back. But yeah, I like Mishimali, and hello, Tohu Vavohu. I am back, I am back. How you doing, Tohu? How you doing, Tohu? Oh, excellent, excellent. I did say the old name. I did say the old name. You're correct. And hello, Rifter ZC. Hello, Rifter ZC. You are correct. I did say Vavohu, not Tohu Bohu. I mean, I could say the older name. Or the... I mean, isn't Tohu Bohu the even older one? Without a W? Hold on, I'm trying to remember the order. I thought it goes... The order I can remember is Tohu Bohu, O Snuggy Wuggy Nya Nya, Tohu Vavohu, Tohu Bohu with a W. That's the order I can remember. But I hope you enjoy your museum day. Oh, it's the other way. My bad. My bad. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Who could believe this? Who could believe that the old man forgot a fact? What a stunning turn of events. Elizabeth Stewart Gardner. Excellent. I can't remember. I haven't been to Boston in a very, very long time. Actually, no. I've been to Boston not too long ago, but I did not hit any museums. I was just passing. You know, I should probably have not capitalized the mad. Probably just mad as hell. No one was allowed to move any of the art. That rocks. Oh, that rocks. That rocks. I like that a lot, Tohu Vavohu. If you're going to be rich, you may as well be insane, right? No, that rocks. I'm into that. I'm into that. I should definitely check that out. The museum that I really like for New York is the Cloisters, which I don't really think should surprise anybody. I kind of wish I liked the Tenement Museum more, but just... I kind of just don't like it as much. Yes. They've almost just wrapped the old mansion in another building. Oh, interesting, interesting, interesting. I was prepared for them to just accept that, like, the art was decaying and rotting, and that was just part of the art itself. I just kind of expected that to just be part of the art itself. But I'm also kind of a sucker for insane conceptual pieces that are kind of impossible to do sustainably. Like, I really like Samson. That's a fun piece. For people who are not familiar with Samson, it is a conceptual art piece named after the biblical Samson. And what it is it's a big hydraulic press. There's a really enormous hydraulic press that is linked up to a turnstile. And the idea is that the hydraulic press is pressed up against load-bearing elements of the room that you are currently standing in. And every time somebody goes through the turnstile, it pushes the walls, the load-bearing walls of the room that you're currently standing in. It expands the wall, the hydraulic press against the walls. So, like, in theory, you could go enough people could go through it to cause the entire room to collapse on your head. This has never happened because it gets reset whenever they move it to a new place, because it's not a singular exhibit in a singular room. It gets moved between buildings. But I do think it's very funny. Fucking Rembrandt is in this place. Excellent. Good for Rembrandt. Glad to hear that he's doing okay. Please clap, people. I thought I was funny there. I need to go back and reread that. 13 thieves stealing 13 works of art valued at over 500 million. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. Thank you, Blackor. That is pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie, I am just kind of... living in the 21st century makes that sound so crazy to me. Because $500 million of art, right? $500 million worth of art is the largest art theft in all of history. And then, like, meanwhile, like, there are regularly crypto thefts that are like $1 billion. Like, yeah, I'm guessing that, yeah, there's going to be a lot of security features that you cannot get across the boundaries that she has put up on what you're allowed to do to the estate. I do love that. Yeah, the Samson one rocks. Samson rocks. I love that piece. That one's I am a fan of cool conceptual pieces. Somebody when I was in, who was it? Was it you, Blue? Or was it somebody else who taught me about what is it called? Book from the Sky. Book from the Sky rocks. I love Book from the Sky. Book from the Sky is an exhibition by Xu Bing that is it's designed to look like a book, right? It's designed to look like a enormous. I'll link it in chat. It's designed to look like a sutra, like a Buddhist, like a disassembly of a giant Buddhist manuscript. And it's... those aren't real... none of those characters in there are real Chinese characters. It rocks. It's just deliberately designed to give people who can read Chinese a headache. Let's get down here. Yeah, I love this thing. Bad N. There we go. Sound like me during a vocab test? Nice. I'm a little bit sad that I'm at the point in my Japanese learning where I need to actually start learning vocabulary. I can't just learn more kanji. Well, I mean, I actually can. I'm only up to like 2,000 something. So, like, I could truly just get up to like 8,000 kanji if I really wanted to and not know any actual Japanese. That's a little bit silly. Until an exclamation point. Okay, there we go. Got it right. All right, Darking Knights. Please have a good night. Please sleep well. Please sleep well. I like to think that a fair percentage of the people who come in here get a good night's rest afterwards. At the very least, somebody should, because it's probably not going to be me. Oh, okay. I'm gonna wait a minute. Mostly so I can... Actually, partially so I can get in a stretch, but mostly so that I can let the ink dry. Sleep well, Dorking Knight. Dorking Knight, Dr. King Knight. Hello, Die Tigress. Hello, Die Tigress. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am an old man who loves old things. I do lots of miniature painting, and I talk about history, and I do lots of calligraphy. I have just finished a piece that, for a streamer that I rather like, named Mishi Molly. And this is a little chant that her chat has that I think is very funny. When she has a redeem that sends her up to the ceiling, and it's called Snealing Snail because a lot of things on her channel use that SN substitution. So Snealing Snail, up above and mad as hell, way up high, full of rage, stuck up in her snealing cage. Nixius Dragon, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. I am assuming from what you said, Die Tigress, that you were playing Peak. You were playing the Peak with some friends. I hope that you enjoyed it. I think that should be dry. Doing it solo to practice. Okay. Let me put you in the record of raiders. The raiding record. Let's get this. Yeah, up to around here. Let me do that. Same style of lyricism as Stake Me to Snurch by Snoozier? Yeah, exactly. You understand her vision. Let's think about this. That's 2 Ds in a row. Depends on how old. I am not much of a, retro gaming type of person. When I am interested in old tech, I tend to mean, pre-industrial. That's probably a good boundary for when my interest starts to pick up. I like making sourdough breads, and I like hand making pasta. Oh no, much older for me. I am not completely uninvested. I am always impressed when people get to do cool stuff done with older computers. I am thinking a lot about a paper that I read a few weeks ago about quantum computing, where the authors replicated several quantum computing factorizations. So, you know, that's the thing that gets touted about. It's like, oh, this quantum computer did this factorization in such and such time frame, right? And so they repeated some of those experiments and ran them on... they ran one on a old school analog computer. They did another one on an abacus. And then they did another one on a dog. On a dog, yes, Nanomancer. On a dog. A dog. So what has happened here, what is going on in this experiment, in this computer science experiment, that the authors are demonstrating. What is happening, both for Nano and for anybody else who was wondering about this, there have been several quantum computer experiments about demonstrating, like, oh, we got a quantum computer to do this factorization at this speed. And it turns out that many of those experiments have been... they were set up in such a way that the factorization, the prime factorization, they would always choose a number that had a prime factorization where the two prime factors were only separated by 2. And so that means that you can complete that prime factorization using their methodology with anything that can count to 3. So if you can train a dog to bark 3 times in a row, it can complete those factorizations by the same standards that those experiments set up. The actual point is not that the dog was very good at math. The point is that these were very, very dumb experiments. That these were not impressive. It was a reductio ad absurdum, but I also like reductio ad absurdums, so... The experiment type of why the hell not? I mean, there's a bunch of really cool experiment types. I really like Angela Collier making the whole video that she did about are all particles affected by gravity in the same way? Are all computers affected by gravity in the same way? And that is a really funny experiment, because the answer is, you know, yes, right? The answer is extremely obviously and firmly yes. There's no there's kind of no question as to why that would be, but you know, it's worth confirming. Right, it's worth confirming. It's worth running the experiments. I forget what the exact particle that was. It was antimatter. It was antimatter. Yes, it was running gravitational experiments on antiprotons. I think actually specifically antihydrogen, but it might have been antiprotons, because antiprotons are. It's much easier to keep antiprotons from just killing themselves than full antihydrogens. Antihydrogens are difficult to keep track of. But yeah, it might have been, I can't remember which one they did it on, but they were doing some antiparticles, and they were dropping them in a gravitational field and measuring the effect of gravity on these antiparticles. And yeah, antiparticles are affected by gravity the same way as non-antiparticles, as regular particles, as default particles. Well, Shark Ray, so I mean, that's a little bit hard to... So the reason why it's a little bit hard to get to is a good theory needs to explain all previously existing theoretical data, and then it's got to be falsifiable. We choose falsifiable and parsimonious, right? It has to be verifiable. It has to explain all previous experimental results. And those are like the big ones. It has to explain all previously experimental results, which, anything that explains everything we've seen, everything that pertains to it so far in physics is going to qualify for that. And then we choose parsimonious. And, like, we can never really eliminate that there could be an evil demon deceiving your senses, right? Like, that's like a big thing, is that, like... And so, like, we can never also, kind of by the same token, we can never fully, truly, definably eliminate the possibility that there's, like, gravity and then secret special force that affects antiparticles, but in the exact same way as gravity. Like, we kind of can't eliminate that super strongly. We could eliminate that, like, it's gravity, but it only looks like gravity, but it's actually the electromagnetic force, because we can do enough things with the electromagnetic force to tell that's not that. Well, I mean, Shark Ray isn't proposing something impossible. It's just not I got a whole bunch of purple ink on my hand. It's just not very experimentally worth exploring, I guess, might be the phrasing I'm looking for. Well, it's not impossible, but it's just that in order for it to get elevated to a theory that somebody's going to be worried about, we would need... that's the sort of thing where, like, we need a reason to believe that it would exist. It's the Noonster. It's the Noonster. Hello. Hello, Nuna. How are you doing? How you doing, Nuna? I tried to slash rooftop Nuna. That's not a command. It's Nuna. You were sore from head to toe. What did you do to your toes? Yeah, I mean, that's also another thing, is like Newtonian physics is at the highest level of theory is deprecated. Is at the highest level of theory, it is a deprecated theory. That's kind of like the biggest factor, is that we don't use Newtonian physics because we don't use Newtonian physics. Because it's Newtonian physics. Pulled out 500 staples out of some hardware after removing carpet. Oh my goodness, that's awful. That is awful. We do have an issue resolving relativity and quantum, but that's a different set of concerns, and I don't think that how gravity works with that actually causes problems. Honestly, I have been out of the physics game so long, I actually kind of forget what the problem is. Is it that relativistic particles cause the force carriers between electrons and nuclei to not respond properly? That's true as well. That is true, actually. We don't know the force carrier for gravity. Well, and by Shark Ray, also by relativity. Relativistic motion and Newtonian motion are incompatible, and relativistic motion is correct, and Newtonian motion isn't. Like the disk. I'm actually not sure what is. what's the interaction on Newtonian versus quantum? That's like, I feel like that's less of a big deal than the Newtonian versus relativity thing. Like, again, like, Niano, do you want to come on voice? Because you might know this. You might be more familiar with this than I am at this point. I did study this stuff in college, but I have been out of college for a minute. So I have not had to actually do any quantum work, any actual, like, math, which is the important part, in a while. But yeah, the Newtonianism is just kind of superseded, and so, like, the biggest thing for Newtonianism that creates an issue is the interaction with relativity. And the big problem in relativity is that it is not possible in the universe for anything to be traveling above the speed of light from any frame of reference. Which sounds easy enough until you realize that that means that if you have two things directly moving towards each other at 0.75 c, that is, say, 75% of the speed of light, then that means that under Newtonian physics, they should see each other at 150% the speed of light, but they don't. That's where the real problem kicks in for Newtonian physics, is that that's never ever going to happen, but under Newtonian physics it should be pretty common. I honestly did not do a lot with relativity. I only really learned modern physics because of what I needed to know for chemistry, and in chemistry you only really care about quantum. There's not a lot to do with relativity inside of chemistry. Hello, Noir. Oh, yes, here's Kat. Here's Kat. How you doing, Catathan? Let me put you into the stream info.
Yeah, that's right. Bring me in. You know I'm good for it.
Are you rapidly looking up Wikipedia articles?
No.
Yeah, I'm
writing a technical document right now.
Oh, nice. Hello, Catazard. Yes. Well, I mean, Sharkray, again, like it depends a lot on what you're working with, and if you get a physics education, like, you will still learn Newtonianism. Like, you will not...
Yeah, of course. Newtonian physics are, like, reliable for, like, calculating the orbits of planets for, like, 10,000 years. It's just that general relativity equations and stuff like that, they're more reliable out to, like, 250,000 years.
Yeah, and there's...
Or is it 250 million? I think it's 250,000.
Genuinely don't know, because my knowledge of astronomy and astrophysics is, like, watching Carl Sagan and going to, like, public lectures at the, what do we call that? The planetarium. You know, I am not, doing a lot of stuff. Hello, Sybil. But it's... So, like, Newtonianism, perhaps more importantly, Newtonian physics works extremely well. For example, the level of physics that you need for putting up a bridge.
Or the level of physics you need to, honestly, launch a rocket to the moon.
Yeah. For the level of physics
it's
for
just
you to
whenever you
launch
start
a rocket
to, like,
to Alpha Centauri, you're going to need some different stuff. And
even then, it would probably be reliable, but it would not be as accurate as using general relativity.
I mean, the bigger thing with getting to, say, Alpha Centauri is that the propulsion techniques that we would use to get there would probably get you up to, like, 0.3 C, and then at that point, Newtonian physics is really taking it in the butt.
Yeah. Once you start approaching relativistic speeds, then things start getting funky.
Yeah,
but I mean,
once you get above like
for example,
0.01,
you could
you
use
start getting
Newtonian
trouble.
physics to determine where the Pioneer and Voyager probes are going to end up in like 100,000 years.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. No question about that. No.
Although it wouldn't be as accurate as if you use general relativity.
Yeah, that's correct. That is completely accurate. Yes.
It's pretty much what general relativity did. What is it? Added some, as I understand it, it added some like qualifiers and additional criteria that further enhanced our effective resolution of our predictions.
Well, okay, so I mean, what general relativity allows us to deal with is the effects of high velocities on mass and the experience of time. And this gets us into really funky stuff like we actually do have to worry about this at the level of GPS.
Hold on one second. Shark Ray, Newtonian physics and quantum physics don't interact. They are two entirely separate things. They are not the same thing at all.
There are ways in which they interact, but they're
well, yes, on the quantum to the macro scale does interact, but the individual interactions of like particles and quasi-particles and all that stuff effectively has no meaning whenever you reach planetary scales.
Yeah. I was just going to point out that Newtonian physics does have things to say about photons.
Or even like molecular scales, really.
Newtonian physics does have things to say about photons, and the things it says about photons are very inaccurate.
Yeah.
But
I mean, like, even though a photon is indeed a particular quanta of energy, it isn't. Newtonian physics assumes that everything is mass, right?
Yeah. It needs things to have mass. All right, have a good night, Tohu. It needs things to have mass, or it needs things to not have mass, right? It's a pretty binaristic thing. Photons in Newtonianism don't have. I don't think you bother with that. It does need electrons to have mass, which is interesting, and also we're not good enough physics. We're not good enough at physics. The two of us are not good enough at physics.
No, we're not. But I'm pretty sure that Newtonian physics, as I understand it, doesn't really deal with anything smaller than an individual atom.
No.
So it can't really describe the interactions of electrons with protons or neutrons with protons or anything like that. It just doesn't describe it. It treats it as if it doesn't exist. It's not relevant to the calculations.
I am not even sure if it gets down to the level of atoms because, like Newton's writing in the 1600s.
Sorry, I should use the correct term: corpuscles.
Corpuscles. No, well, where I'm going with this is that the existence of atoms themselves was controversial up until the Brownian motion paper. Which is
I don't think that's entirely true.
The part where this is this is the thing that's really nauseating to me. Is that Josiah Gibbs wrote his work such that it was still true even if atoms were disproved as a concept.
Hold on, what now?
Yes. Josiah Gibbs, who wrote the book on statistical mechanics, which is to say, like, the ways that thermodynamic works at the particulate level, he wrote his work to be agnostic on the question of whether or not atoms exist.
That's funny. That's really funny.
It's crazy. And he was writing in the 90s.
I fucking hate physicists. I think they're witches.
I actually think it's deeply funny that there are 3 people who really pioneered statistical mechanics and 2 of them committed suicide. Which is not in general.
Now you must carry on the works of quantum mechanics.
Yeah, now you must carry on statistical mechanics. Now it is our turn, was the phrasing that I really remember. Now it is our turn to turn to statistical mechanics. Statistical mechanics is crazy.
Come back to what Shark Ray's saying. Shark Ray's saying, like, the thought process or quote theory was asking if our understanding of gravity was wrong because we don't know, as I said, what the quanta of gravity is. And that is almost certainly true. But mechanically, we can even if we don't understand the underlying mechanisms of what actually gravity is and what causes it, we can still utilize other methods to get a rough idea of how mechanically it functions. Like, we know how orbits work. We know how we kind of understand how mass functions now, thanks to the discovery of the Higgs boson. And we understand we understand a lot about gravity. We just don't know why, really, if that makes any sense.
Hello,
the problem is that a lot of this stuff is like extraordinarily high level, that you need like decades of experience in the field in order to really explain properly, and I don't have that.
I just want to say hello to Mokaba, the one person who doesn't have to ask what my name means ever, and can make me look like an utter
Let's
phony.
go.
Clownectomy will fix you. I was about to call out RG Noir for being a fake a fake medieval, fake humoral theory fan. This is your humors aren't aligned. They're balanced. They're liquids. They flow like water. It's the hydraulic theory. The hydraulic theory, as they call it. Clownectomy. Ridiculous. Don't do that, Sybil. Noir is a streamer. She needs those clowns. I finally understood. I mean, that's the thing, right, Shark Ray? That's the thing, is it like, it is possible for us to start getting experimental results that would cause huge interferences with our understanding of physics and would have to reshape everything. Really simple one. Really, really simple one that would cause an enormous number of problems for us is if we could consistently get past the speed of light. That would
so far we can't.
So far we can't. It would be really troubling. Sybil, please don't have coffees at 2 a.m. That is a fucked thing to do. Oh, yeah. There's things to learn about the expansion of the universe, yes.
Oh, yeah. We still don't have any idea what the fuck dark energy is. Or even if it really exists.
Even if it really
exists, dark matter exists.
Yeah, we're still... That's still a great question.
Because after all, if we can't detect it, then we're just like...
Yeah, it's a... dark matter could actually just be easier to do.
Oh! Speaking of the expansion of the universe, there actually is some recent experimental evidence that's been gathered by the JWST.
Right.
That which is the James Webb Space Telescope. It's the big infrared mirror that's in space.
Right.
That seems to indicate that the expansion of the universe may be slowing.
All right. That is a bit of a reversal from what I'm used to.
Mm-hmm. This is stuff like this was like a paper that was published either late last year, earlier this year, that an astrophysics buddy of mine was like, "Hey man, have you seen this shit?" And I was like, "No." And he said, "Here, read this." And I said, "I don't understand." And he said, "This is what's going on." I was like, "That's pretty cool, brother."
The implication is, what would even be the implication of that? How can I even, because I'm not even sure I quite. So the going theory, Blue, right, is that the universe has been accelerating in its expansion.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the going theory, and so if it's going the other way, then it's going the other way. I don't entirely know what that means in any practical level. I certainly don't know how I can use that to sell gamer subs. But it's... I don't know. It's there. It's there. I personally, at an entirely emotional level, I like to prefer to think that the universe is going to do the big crunch, as opposed to some of the other alternatives that could happen. Because the other alternatives, right, are...
There are a few.
The big rip and the big freeze. And it's not, like, remotely important, because I will be extraordinarily turbo dead if, like, before any of this happened.
We're talking like 10 to like the 200th power years.
I think it's less than that, but mostly just because the numbers involved get so big. I thought Big Rip was like 10 to the 30 or something. It was just still ludicrous. I just want people to understand. Like 10 to the 30 is still like a ludicrous number. Here, hold on. I've got an article to look this up. I have an article for this one. It's my most read article of all time.
Let's go. Nope, I don't know what you're bringing up.
I've linked it in chat before. I've read parts of it in chat before because it's one of my favorite articles of all time. Not the Tidal Forces one. Okay, oh yeah, no, these are much smaller numbers. Yeah, we're just at tens of billions of years.
I'm sorry, what?
We're just at tens of billions of years.
We're not even at tens.
We are. Hold on. Getting the big chill is like. This is a big number. That's actually a big number. that one's real big.
Yeah, it's gargantuan.
10
there is so much energy in the universe.
10 to the 36 for the big chill. That's so big.
Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah, no, 10 to the 200. Nothing's at 10 to the 200.
Oh, that's right. I think 10 to the 200 was like if there was a theoretical decay rate for, or a theoretical like decay for protons, because so far we've not observed one.
Yeah. I believe the current question is if everything decays to protons or if everything decays to iron 56. Weirdly, like I don't think we've actually witnessed iron 56 decays, which is neat. But yeah, if you are like me and you have a certain amount of optimism and affection for the ending to Outer Wilds, you kind of hope that the big crunch is happening. You kind of hope that the big crunch is happening. And that's kind of.
I don't know anything about that.
This has kind of been like my emotional state for like my entire since I like first was learning about astrophysics when I was a really annoying kid who was reading astrophysics. Shark Ray, that's more numbers than I know the names for. Yoda is like 10 to the 24.
Yoda?
Yeah.
Oh, the number!
Yeah.
Not the Star Wars character. Yeah.
God, that sounds insufferable also. Yeah, I was a really annoying kid. Yeah, YOTTA is, I believe it's 10 to the 24, right?
I have no idea.
It could be pronounced Yada for all I know. I didn't learn this stuff in a classroom. I learned it in a Wikipedia article, like God intended.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, Shark Ray, that like it's emotionally satisfying to think that the universe is actually eternal. That we just don't have like one universe that just happens to happen once and then it just like it just like stops existing. I would like to think that like it's entirely emotional, right? There's no remotely practical way to like engage with this. There's absolutely nothing remotely close to practical about this. I am definitely not capable of using this as an excuse to not do the dishes. what am I talking about? Of course I am. But it's just kind of nice to think that everything happens, right? Will happen, happened, right? That it'll all happen again and again.
Samsara.
Yeah. I was actually going for
The Eternal Wheel.
Adventure Time.
Oh. I know less about Adventure Time than I do Samsara.
That's reasonable. Samsara is a lot more practical. But less fun.
I don't know about that.
I mean, but you're a wizard, right?
Allegedly.
So, I feel like understanding Samsara is a useful thing to know as a wizard. Think about what you can do if you can look at somebody and know what their karma is.
Oh, you can do that anyway.
I don't know about that. I don't think most of us mortals have access to that kind of knowledge.
No, it's real simple.
How so?
Well, you see, if you have specialized sight, which everyone who can see does, you can easily identify whether or not someone has nostrils.
Okay. And?
That's about as far as my theory goes.
It did also just hit me that you could be. I just thought about an exceptionally evil immortal wizard who directly manipulates people's karma.
Oh, that's really easy to do. You just gotta put them on quests. What do you think quests are, man?
I thought quests are just for entertainment.
Manipulating karmas for entertainment too.
See, I was more imagining like you just literally cast a fireball and it doesn't actually hurt anybody. It just causes them to have worse karma.
I mean, that can happen, yeah.
And they're like, why does this matter? And then you're like, when you are reborn, you will be reborn slightly shittier. Deeply impractical form of magic.
Anybody that steals gold from a dragon's hoard instantly becomes poor in the next life.
That's just called taking a loan out.
Yeah.
Get that bear reincarnation. Sybil, incredibly stupid version of Samsara / reincarnation where you reincarnate as whatever your VTuber persona is.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, you could reincarnate as a cat. Sybil's just coming back as a moth. She gets to be a little bug. She gets to get bug zappered. And I come back as friggin' Benjamin Button.
Oh, shit. Dude, that would suck. I hate to be born old.
So true. Meanwhile, friggin' Inari gets to come back as a god.
I'm a god.
How can you kill a god?
Easily.
I have spent less time playing all of the Elder Scrolls combined than I have just listening to the Dagoth Wave song.
I think Dagoth Wave is superior to the Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
I have soured enormously on that franchise as I thought about it more.
Ever since the day I was born, I knew I was meant to be old. Nate? Nate, that's a really good first line for a fantasy novel. Such a good first line for a fantasy novel. I want to cry. That's so funny. That rocks so much. Finally a relatable isekai. Okay, I spent that entire ad break chuckling at my chat's jokes and not my own, and I did not use the bathroom, which I desperately need to do at this point, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I will let Niano handle you folks. Niano, you're the babysitter.
Oh no, that's not good. I'm in the middle of writing technical documentation.
I'll read it out to the chat, and hopefully you won't commit.
No, I can't. It's confidential.
Rip.
Oh, hello, chat. What's good? Yeah, we physicsing it up in here. We're fighting. We're winning. Two McDonald's? That's crazy. No, you don't. No, that's crazy. Imagine getting two McDonald's. That is unfathomable, impossible. Who would ever fucking dare? Nothing is good during a work week? Dude, tell me about it. Oh my god, this work week so far has been crazy, and it's my last week here too. It's gonna be fantastic. Huge amounts of workplace drama and things breaking on the final week. Who could have possibly foreseen this? Nobody, I tell you, nobody could have foreseen this. Going to be dead tomorrow. Make sure you take the water cooler. No, it's huge. Water cooler. Gotta love leaving when things are on fire and I can't fix it in the remaining time that we totally could have. If anyone had bothered to follow the best practice, dude, this place has absolutely no idea what the fucking best practice is. They've never heard of it. They've never fucking heard of it. It's honestly surreal.
Oh, hello, Ion.
Greetings. Shove yourself into the water cooler, as God intended.
Nothing is good during the week, during the work week. Ion, I'm here during the work week. I take the weekend off.
Oh yeah, this is true.
Best practice is an HR suggestion. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I love tap water. It's not the same. Yeah, but if I'm not going to be a dick about it, then, like, what's the point? I'm not going to be deliberately obtuse. Then what's even the point of waking up?
Honestly, yeah, I agree completely.
Oh, there's only 2 sheets left on the of my Midori paper. Nice.
Le gasp.
See if I can just kill this off today, and then I'm down to only Stratmore. NY tap water's great. Yeah.
It's the fluoride, baby.
Fluoride.
We love fluoride here.
We love fluoride. We love fluoride here. Fluoride haters can find the door. And their teeth. They're going to need them.
They won't be able to find their teeth. That's the problem.
Well, they'll find their teeth outside of their mouth is the problem.
Mmm.
Hello, Giop. Right.
The Rock Man.
Galvanized flavored tap water. I mean, I'm a New Yorker. We got that sexy Hudson.
Oh, I tell you where I'm at. I'm in fucking Pompeii. It's 78 AD. I'm drinking from lead pipes. I'm getting close. I'm getting close to Priapus. That's what's happening.
Is that a thing?
Huh?
Does lead poisoning cause priapism? That doesn't sound right.
No. But they painted Priapus and, had statues to them everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, because I was like, if lead causes priapism, that, like, honestly changes a lot of things.
No, it just causes brain damage.
That's what I thought. That is what I thought. But brain damage can cause all sorts of weird side effects.
This is true. Mostly just makes you aggressive. At least lead. Lead in particular makes you very aggressive.
That one I did know, yeah. Wow. But how are you doing, Yup? The rock man. Teeth regrowing formulas going forward in Japan. Let's go.
Wait, hold on. What?
Tiger says, speaking of, I heard human testing for teeth regrowing formula is going forward in Japan.
Me secret formula.
I'm excited for that one. Finally, we can all those people have all those nightmares about their teeth. They have their fears are now justified.
The fear. That's what he was really afraid of.
The Fear's so funny.
Such a lovely guy. Isn't he voiced by Yuri Lowenthal? No, I'm thinking of someone else.
And I would say stream was going pretty well, Giop. But yes, so a thing that is super duper funny, to me, is that somebody pointed out, is that the Fury, right? You remember the Fury?
Yeah, I remember the Fury. Yeah,
handsome lad,
Richard Doyle.
Handsome lad, the Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Good fella. So all that astronaut, all the cosmonaut stuff, he was already known as the Fury when that happened.
Yeah,
because he was the Fury in World War II.
Yeah.
So that means that that's just like fun extra detail. I really like that. Like that's not like not what his power is about or anything like that. It's just
he's just pissed.
Those are just independent things. Like those are just two independent things about the same character. That rocks so much.
The first man to go to space.
He really should have failed the psych eval.
They didn't do that back then.
True.
You shitting me?
Also, I did learn something really funny about Soviet pilots.
Mm-hmm.
That's so like there was an issue happening in the mid-Cold War where Soviet pilots appeared to become like way worse shots than they had been previously in like the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a question about why that was, right? And it turns out that a pretty major culprit in this was their own incentive structure. So Soviet pilots would get if they could pass certain benchmarks and certain like qualification tests, they would get pay raises.
Oh, well.
And one of the qualification tests was a dogfighting test.
Dogfight. Oh.
So the way
going out and like training Leica.
Well, the way that they did it was like you and another pilot would go up, like you and the trainer would go up, and you had a gun camera. And then when you pulled the trigger, instead of firing rounds, it would take a picture of what your reticle looked like. And if your reticle was cleanly on your dogfighting opponent, you would pass the test. Right? Like, so you and your co-pilot would go up, and then you would initiate the test, and they would try to do evasive maneuvers, and you would try to take a picture like that. And so this gives you a pay raise if you pass this test. All so far so good. So what happened that wound up being an interesting, huge problem for this entire testing regime was they made they updated the camera, which is, this is hardware. So it's, they take out the camera and replace it with another camera. And the camera that they replaced it with no longer had a clock on the camera.
Okay.
So this means that they could not confirm when the picture was taken. So people would line up the shot and take the picture during the initial ascent before the testing
phase that's
started.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Which previously wouldn't have done anything, or it would have gotten you disqualified if you didn't have anything else. Because, they would have a camera, they would have a timer on there, and they'd be able to tell, like, okay, so the test started at 12:30, and this picture is from 12:20, so it wasn't part of the test. It was an invalid part of the test. But without the timer on it, you couldn't do that. And so a lot of highly ranked Soviet pilots who had passed all their tests and were qualified dogfighters had done this. Neat.
That's pretty powerful. I like that.
Another thing that wound up being a really funny issue in this is that the Soviet doctrine after, like, midway through the Korean War was, like, never use your cannons at a range of under 300 meters because of, like, risk of self-damage.
Mm-hmm.
And the cannons in question were actually only accurate to about 200 meters out. Lol.
Yeah, all right. That's wacky.
Yeah, so all the Soviet pilots who actually, like, got kills during the conflict were all, like, violating orders, and it was, like, a really annoying. It was very annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I like that story. I like that story. There we go.
Okay.
Oh.
Hmm?
Kamen Rider Kuga, thank you for the follow.
Oh my god.
I know,
The
right?
Kamen Rider Kuga?
The Kamen Rider Kuga. It's true.
Holy shit. I don't know anything about Kamen Rider.
Yeah, I don't know anything either. The real Kuga. Hello, Kango.
What about
Hello,
Kamen Rider
Kango.
Zetsu? I'm pretty sure it's a real Kamen Rider.
The real Kuga. But yes, hello. You like Kamen Rider Drive? Oh, I thought you meant just like the movie Drive. I was like, I like the movie Drive too. Drive was pretty good. I have been struck with the realization, a very mix-like realization.
Oh no.
That, well, yes, Hideki Anno did include a whole bunch of Christian motifs in Evangelion without knowing anything about Christianity. He included them largely because they were in Ultraman.
Yes.
And the Ultraman guy did, in fact, know a lot about Christianity. So...
What you are witnessing is craft in action.
Yeah.
You have the originator who has an exceptional grasp of the original subject material. And then you have the imitators. I mean, they are good, though.
Yeah. There's so much Christian stuff in Ultraman. It's one of those things that I find deeply, deeply funny, is that Ultraman is like the guy who made Ultraman is like considerably more Catholic than like almost anybody I know on this planet, and I know some pretty Catholic people.
That's impressive.
Super Catholic.
I wish I could be giant space cop Jesus. Actually, no, I don't.
I thought you were about to say, I wish I could be Catholic, and I was like, that's actually really easy to solve, but also, please don't.
No. It is in fact extremely difficult.
Why?
It's a long story.
They have like sign-up sheets, man.
They wouldn't accept me. They wouldn't accept me. They'd see my name on a list and go, "Oh yeah, this guy." And then, you know, the younger priests would be like, "What do you mean that guy?" They'd be like, "Oh yeah, this dude used to troll us on Facebook under his real name."
I don't think
Which
they really
I
care.
did.
I don't think they really care that much. Do you know that they just canonized a gamer?
I'm squinting in your general direction.
I'll look it up once I finish this sentence. That I spelled wrong, so it's all over anyway.
It's Jover. You know, it's Jover.
Alright, let me look this up. Gamer Saints.
Wait a minute, are you talking about the poor little kid who, was it a poor little kid who died?
Yeah, he was like 15.
I don't...
Saint Carlo Acutis. Yeah. Is he really the first millennial saint?
I could, you know, I'm actually really upset. All the jokes that I would like to say, I don't think I can. I'm just curious what miracles he would have to perform, like, that couldn't be replicated via an aimbot.
Unfortunately, the thing is that the miracles are, the miracles have to be attributed after death.
Yeah, I know.
That's the important part.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's like getting like a sick, you know, 720 no scope. Does that count?
I don't think so. I don't think that that's enough. Like, because like the church like researches it. Like they worry about this thing. They only want to get the saints who have like serious miracle juice to them. And in this case, these miracles don't make like any sort of sense to me, but I also don't believe in this stuff. You know, so it's not meaningful to me. All are born with their own originality, but many die as photocopies. That's a...
What?
That's a thing that he said.
Interesting.
I actually think that's kind of philosophically an interesting stance. Like, that's actually like a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
Like... Like usually the well, there's kind of like, I guess there are kind of two major philosophical stances on that, or I guess four that like,
yeah,
but like to go for like the first, like, people start off different and then become more similar as they age is not what I am used to. I am kind of used to people are born more similar, and then as they age and accumulate experiences, that makes them more distinctive and unusual, and more, themselves, so to speak. But I don't know. It's definitely like it's definitely an option, right? Like, you're not like locked into the stance that I propose, even though I think it's the much more intuitive one. The true edgelord one, of course, is that people are never original. Everyone's always exactly the same. They're all just sheeple, as they say.
But not you, of course.
But not you.
No, you're different. You're special. That's why you should come to my cult compound in the middle of Oregon. Surely nothing bad will happen there.
I don't know enough about Oregon. Is Oregon like particularly good, bad on the cult stuff?
I mean, Oregon is like a weird like blue state with really, really lax gun laws. So you tell me.
Yeah, I know that Oregon has really lax gun laws. I know that Oregon is famously structurally racist.
Yeah.
A lot of work goes in Oregon to making sure that white people, the finger stays on the thumb in favor of white people. Pay for my not sheeple subscription of $59.99 a month to show how different you are. Yeah.
I regret to inform you that white people do not have thumbs. No, I will not elaborate.
Thank you. Thank you. OG cults are out of vote. I actually, that's an interesting question.
They're not. No. OG cults are in vogue. There's a cult everywhere.
Well, I was going to wonder if what is the impact that ChatGPT is having on cult recruitment?
What impact is it having? Well, I don't know. It probably makes it really easy to create, really what's the word I'm looking for? Really masturbatory, like sermons or whatever.
It does probably help with that. I was just thinking about the fact that, like, now a lot of the thing that people are getting out of cults, which was like having somebody come in and like tell you how special and unique you are. Like ChatGPT just does that for you. Like, you can just generate a full-on suicide cult with just yourself and ChatGPT.
No, you see, I actually think that is like one of the many failings of ChatGPT. Used to, a real person would encourage you to kill yourself. Now it's a robot.
Yeah, right. Taking our jobs.
It's ridiculous. We want all natural, organic. I can't go on. I'm sorry.
Oh, see, this is the thing. I'm not on the TikTok. I've literally, I think, uploaded more TikToks than I've watched.
I don't recall. Actually, I think I've watched maybe 5 TikToks in my entire life. I just despise the platform on a fundamental level because it isn't Vine.
Just millennial bitterness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, I just think it's I'm not entirely sure what or any conclusions can be drawn about the impacts of short-form content on attention spans.
Mm-hmm.
But my gut feeling is that it's overall negative.
I would be shocked if it wasn't. I don't know how it could have any other impact. I can say that they don't tend to hold my attention. I just kind of am like, that was cute, and then I just kind of go and read a book.
Good strat.
Imagine having ADHD so bad you can't watch TikTok.
Literally me. My ADHD is so bad I have to read books.
Exactly.
or play a video game and then have a really, really, really awful video essay about Claire Obscura playing in the background that I ended up paying a lot of attention to because it was that bad.
Wow. I just watch good video essays.
It was 2.5 hours long, man.
And how was it bad? Who was it by? What did it do?
I refuse to name names.
Okay.
But it was by Strategy Productions, I believe. I literally unsubscribed from him on YouTube after that.
Wow.
Also, I haven't watched a single video of his in like a decade, maybe.
Brutal.
Yeah, watched it and I was like, this is incoherent. This is structured very poorly. And you missed several key points in the narrative.
Oh.
There were a couple of things the dude said that were kind of like, I was like, okay, no, this is actually somewhat insightful, but it was just ruined by everything else. It should have been like 15 minutes long instead of 2.5 hours.
You did remind me that, so like there's been a thing happening where like YouTube has been hiding videos, or rather it had a like kids mode, and it's just been like turning kids mode on randomly for lots more people.
Mm-hmm.
The recommended mode thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Jacob Geller tested it on his channel.
Uh-huh.
And you know which Jacob Geller video survived under recommended mode?
I'm going to guess Nuremberg.
Nuremberg. You're right. It was Nuremberg.
Those kids gotta learn.
The kids gotta learn about Nuremberg. It appears that it is such a... this is using AI. It looks like it is using AI to determine what it thinks is intended for kids, and the thing that mostly just means video game content.
Mm-hmm.
It just assumes that anything related to video games is for kids. And if you say anything about death in your video essay, it's no longer allowed on.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. People don't really know. That's what it looks like to me, and I think that's very funny.
Part of my entire problem with all this with algorithmic content recommendations is that the companies are almost entirely unaccountable.
Yeah,
and they never publish exactly what they're trying to push, and it would just make. I just think it wouldn't be as fun for advertisers if everything was just in sequential content release order. Instead of being like having weights, designed to get people to stay on the platform for as long as possible. But I really don't think that keeping people on platforms for as long as possible is. I don't know.
Well, here's what I was thinking about. Here's what I've been thinking about ever since I've heard about this recommend apocalypse, because it's been devastating for a lot of VTubers. Is that like? It's not driving people away from the platform, right? Like, if you get put into recommended mode, you don't just like go, I guess I'm gonna go outside.
No, they just watch whatever's served to them.
Yeah. So like every single... I think for Schemy B. Dorney, it was literally every single VOD of hers except for her debut got delisted.
Damn.
And we're talking about specifically on YouTube right now, RG Noir. We can talk a little bit about the Twitch side of things, where different things are happening. But the YouTube recommend apocalypse. So like, the thing is, like, YouTube is so big that it's not like it's driving people off of the platform. Oh, hello, Noctis. No, we can talk about it, too. I just kind of want to finish this chain of thought. So, like, what are they driving people toward? Right? Like, they're not directing people off of YouTube. They're directing them towards other YouTube videos. So, like, there have to be winners and losers. And who are the winners in this? Because it's not anybody I know.
It's slop.
I guess. I don't know. I mean... I am not using it. I did not get turned into recommended mode, and my
I don't think I did either. Let me check though.
VTube experience has maybe it would be really funny if it's so subtle that I'm missing it, but my YouTube viewing experience has so far been I show up and I watch I either watch video essays that I was looking for, often video essays like analysis of the Battle of Marshall Islands, kind of stuff that is kind of dubious quality, so I have to watch several of them. Or much more frequently recently, I've been watching actual history lectures from like 15 years ago that got uploaded.
Ooh.
That's fun content. And then Veilfisk videos and Age of Empires 2 tournaments. Oh, hold on, I have to check.
I see.
Check what got mod checked. Did you use the word viewers? That's the one that tends to get people. Yeah.
Fucking viewers. Can't stand them.
Probably the same people that YouTube typically funnels viewers into. Yeah. Viewers I'm keeping in the auto mod because it catches bots with some frequency. Well, and Vobern, there's actually been, this is one of the reasons why there's been a lot of changes over time. And this is why, what do we call it? This is why, hold on, let's get some, there's too much ink in there. This is why for a while speedruns were such a big category, was that speedrun videos can be just like 1,000,000 years long. And so speedrunning content was for a while a really powerful strategy on YouTube, and it died off because YouTube kind of changed their algorithm to prefer things that are not as long.
We have to destroy the algorithm.
Yeah. I mean, that could have been a Brit video from longer ago. Brit could be wrong. It could also have slid back. It's, as far as I can tell, it goes backwards and forwards, right? It's gone backwards and forwards on like the ideal length. Oh yeah, RG Noir, that is an important part, right? That is an important part. And that's something that I have been wondering about, is if the winner is like PragerU, basically.
That reminds me of the Twitter experiment I did earlier this year or late last year. Where I created a whole new Twitter account just to see exactly what like a new account with no followers and no like following would see. And oh my God. It is constant. It's constant bait. It's constant political bait and like reposting accounts.
Yeah. It's kind of weird that I still get any utility out of Twitter at this point, because like it's really just from like VTubers. Right? Like that's the thing that's keeping me on Twitter, and it's the reason why I'm on Twitter in the first place, is like for VTubers. Like oh yeah, the alt pipeline is
it's very real. It's very scary.
And I like the kind of point that basically if you have like any complaint about the world and you go to YouTube about it, like figure out like, why aren't sewing machines as good as they used to be? Kind of question. Like, you will pretty quickly wind up with it, like, eventually leading into videos that are just like, because of the gays. Hello, Emmerich Draws. Yes, this is hold on, I'm putting on the lid again. This is Yamabudo is the ink in question. Yoroshizoku Yamabudo. It is pretty lovely. Well, yeah, it's honestly kind of interesting to see how people learn. Big sip. What lessons people take about why things have declined in certain forms of quality, and it's kind of hard to ignore the issue of consumer preference playing a role in this. That's one that I don't know, maybe I find that interesting because I'm so surrounded by so many like leftist discourse where it's always like it's because of corporate greed, and it's like, well, they're selling something, so they're selling that to somebody, so why are they able to sell that? And there are cases where it's very clearly like government malfeasance or manipulation or something like that, like in the case of like, you know, raw milk, right? Like why is raw milk on the shelf in the grocery store? Why can't you go to the grocery store and buy unpasteurized milk? And the answer is because of absolute fucking maniacs and government failure. But like, why are clothes so cheaply made now? And I don't quite know how to answer that question without taking seriously that, like,
I've got it.
Now people buy clothes really fast.
Yeah, that's part of it. But here's the real reason, though. Here's the real reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they've ran out of the ibis mummy wraps.
I see.
They used to implant a single thread from one of those wraps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Into every article of clothing, because it contained a magical spell that would maintain the clothing for longer. And they've run out.
Emmerich draws. That's such a funny way to rephrase that.
You're so oomph. It's so true.
You're so oomph truthy. I'm gonna use that on
That's
Mint
good
and I'll
shit.
piss her off.
Oh.
She'll hate it.
Who?
Mint.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good. What's that all about?
It's pretty good.
Yeah. You know, people buy more clothes faster. The materials that they use aren't made to last because people buy clothes faster. Because fashion is treated as, what is it? Would it be a commodity rather than an investment, rather?
I think clothing should have always been treated as a commodity, but it's definitely treated. I don't think clothing should ever been treated like an investment at any point in history. Also, hello, sweet Patutu.
Well, I'm using the wrong word, I know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, because I mean,
disposable is definitely a correct way to think about it.
Disposable, yeah. Well, I mean, what's the opposite of disposable?
Durable.
Oh yeah, but that's just. Anyway, point is, how many people? Well, I mean, it's going to be different for you because you know a lot of people probably who have their grandfather's coat.
Mm-hmm.
But for a lot of other people, no, they just don't keep clothes. They're not considered family heirlooms. They're not considered treasures.
I would struggle with wearing some of my family clothes.
Yeah.
I got some big guys in my family.
Yeah, me too. Fuck everyone on my dad's side of the family for being taller than 6 foot. Fuck them. Genuinely distresses me. And then my little brother, of course, he's 6'2".
I've got a nice Midwestern family where I've got a I've got female cousins who are over 6 feet tall.
Really?
Nano is 17 inches tall.
This is true. Maybe 18 on a good day.
Oh yeah, no, Noir, those are actually some pretty interesting points, and it's a kind of interesting confluence of the ways that are any of them gay and single? Maybe? Nora, I thought you were married. So, well, thrifting has gotten destroyed in America. Like, I don't know, it's like in other places, but like thrifting, I remember buying t-shirts for like 50 cents. Twitch chat going grinder mode. Vovern, I am an uncle. Above all else, I am an uncle. And what does an uncle wish to be above all else?
Iroh.
I mean, true, but that's just a type of uncle. The number one ambition of an uncle is to be responsible for some form of nepotism. That one of their nieces or nephews will be able to say, "Oh, I got my job through my uncle." They are always trying to set up they're always trying to set up the pass. The touchdown pass. And if one of my nieces or nephews gets married because I set them up with somebody, which is more of an anti-mode. It's the anti-mode. My uncle taught me how to use Grindr. Nate, come on, you can't. The bangers.
That took me a split second longer than it should have, because I was thinking like, oh, it makes. I mean, metalworking's useful. Yeah, of course your uncle should teach you how to use a grinder. That's my immediate thought. And I was like, oh, it's the art. Okay. No.
Somebody clip that. Dying.
Don't you dare reference Game of Thrones in my presence. I will destroy you. Sweet summer child, my fucking ass. I'm older than you are. I'm just built different. I'm built pure.
Fuzzier.
Stranger. Fuzzier. Covered in hair.
I'm losing it at that one. Hello, Vex. How are you doing, Vex? Hold on. I gotta give a shout out to Vexing Cat. Vexing Cat debuted.
Wait, did I miss it?
Yeah, it was at 6 p.m. today.
I was asleep.
I wasn't. Yeah, I was expecting that. That makes sense to me. That's a normal time for you to be asleep. Congratulations to Vexing Cat on her Live 2D debut, which was earlier today.
I thought it was on the 6th, and I still would have missed it.
The 8th.
And Davy Jones right now is standing beside me going, life is cruel, you know. Why should the afterlife be any different? I don't know why he's saying that to me right now, but it's what he's doing.
Yes, you survived. You've crashed. You've reawoken. You have survived.
The Department of Memory? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God help us all.
What's the memetics division?
He just wants to bang his crab GF.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Why, Davy Jones?
I thought you were talking about the Department of Memory. I was like,
no.
We're crossing wires here. What's the deal with the Department of Memory?
I don't know. It's probably because I don't remember things very well.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about the anti-memetics division.
That's not real.
Yeah, that's correct. There's no anti-memetics division. All right, Die Tigers, have a good night. Thank you for coming in.
Bye, Die Tigers. Sleep well.
Crab grinder.
I pulled a Jedi mind trick on my mom today, though.
Good.
I accidentally interrupted her when she was in the middle of asking me a question and she forgot it. And then I looked at her and I said, okay, Mom, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to reenact exactly what I was doing before you asked the question to see if that triggers your memory. I did that halfway through. I remember now.
Incredible.
I'm too powerful. Stir the memory in others, but not myself. What a curse. What color do you think memory should be?
What do you think they are? What color do you think memories are?
Huh?
You said what color do you think memories should be? And so that prompted the question, well, what memory do you think they are already?
What do you? No. It's not about this. It's not about kind of memory. It's like if memory was a physical substance, what color would it be?
See, the thing is, like TV shows and movies made me think that the most obvious answer, which apparently I'm the only one who thought this one so far, was piss yellow.
Mm. Piss yellow? That's Mexico these days.
Yeah, but I thought the reason for that was that Mexico's older.
Oh. That is a thought.
The other option, obviously, would be sepia.
Sepia, yeah.
Noir, I am so extremely hydrated that I guess that's why I don't remember anything.
This is true. For like blue, silver, I think you're all wrong. Memory is a rusty red. Really any color of metal that oxides really easily and tears itself apart. Silver would go pretty well because silver, tarnishes black, which is really interesting.
Silver.
By the way, I'm going to issue a hot take. I'm going to issue the hottest take of all time. Gold crystals are lame.
You've done this before. You hate it.
I know. Gold crystals, they just look like metallic snowflakes. Nothing interesting about them. Silver. Love me silver. Love me natural silver crystals. Looking good, silver. You keep being your eldritch little self. Keep being freaky.
Bismuth is so cool looking. Bismuth crystals to rock.
Bismuth is really cool. But it's in Pepto-Bismol.
That's good.
No.
What? Pepto-Bismol's great. What's your
Nah,
problem with Pepto-Bismol?
Many.
Tell me. What's the nano lore with Pepto?
I can't.
Tell me.
I'm angry. It doesn't taste like bubblegum. You know I'm not wrong.
It's just funny to care about.
It's a vibrant pink. It should taste of bubblegum. The same thing with brains.
I was about
brains
to point out that raw flesh often looks like that.
Yeah, it should taste like bubblegum.
Noir, that is interesting and also kind of edgy.
Huh? What?
At the risk of sounding incredibly edgy, I always thought of memory as something like a dead tree, still standing there but slowly melting inside until it crumbles and falls to the forest floor. How often, you've just reminded me as a person with a terrible memory, how often do other people think about the Carboniferous period? Because I think about it all the time.
I think about it as often as I think about ancient Rome.
So, like, multiple times a day?
Once or twice a week.
All right.
I think about the Egyptians more than I think about Rome.
That's fair. How often do you think about the Roman Egyptians?
I don't think about them at all.
Interesting. Tunnel Time. Thank you for the follow. The part about the Carboniferous period that I always think about that's so crazy is that there was this long period where trees couldn't rot. Rotting hadn't been invented yet. So, or rather, lignivorous fungi had not been invented yet. So, like, trees would just be like 30, 40, 50 feet deep of dead trees until they lit on fire in giant conflagrations that summoned that covered entire continents. Yeah, invented. Yeah.
That's fucking ballin'.
The other important part, folks, look them up if you're not familiar with them. Look up griffin flies. Griffin flies are worth thinking about.
I ain't doing it.
You don't like to think about griffin flies?
No.
You don't like to think about the fact that they could, in fact, pick you up and carry you?
Well, I mean, that's kind of cool if I could, like, create a latching mechanism in a backpack or something. But that's it. Any other kind? Nah, no way. Not happening. Nope. Not into it.
The Fulton system. But it's a griffin fly. And really, that's just Morrowind.
It kind of pisses me off that they're called griffin flies, because dragons are supposed to be bigger than griffins.
I don't have an answer to that one.
Yeah, I'm angry.
What if it goes the other way when it's arthropods? So elven flies are like the size of cars.
Yeah.
Tardigrade flies are the size of houses.
Atomic flies, the size of planets.
That's just Lex.
Yeah. Luther?
No. Lex from Canada.
What?
Lex from Canada.
Who's Lex from Canada?
Oh, man.
Noir, don't you dare. If you say what I think you're about to say, I'm going to be upset.
I actually don't know what she's going to say.
Speaking of the Carboniferous, I'm going to make like a tree and leave.
That would be fair. She's been here since the start of stream.
Yeah. Oh.
Hello, Mix. Hello,
Greetings,
Mix.
Mix. The bird who is still awake.
All right, Ion, have a good night. Have a good night. I'm assuming that Mix is woken up again. Why did I
Maybe.
get British? Why did I get British there?
Why did you suddenly get English?
Yes, but no, Lex from Canada is it's a Canadian TV show. Canadian science fiction TV show that's available on YouTube. All of it. About a planet-destroying dragonfly that gets hijacked by a group of losers, and the losers kind of go on Star Trek ass adventures, except that they're also completely losers. They're horny losers who have a planet who have basically a Death Star. And yeah, the main Canadian.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you'd like it, actually. It's kind of rocks. Red Green Show rules. All the Canadian TV shows that I can name, the only Canadian TV shows I can name are Lex, Red Green, and Letterkenny. And I just think those are all pretty good shows. I do understand if somebody gets tired of Letterkenny's shtick, where it's a group of guys sitting around and they're all just kind of riffing on the same couple of lines. I do get it if people are kind of sick of that. That is pretty reasonable, but within that structural constraint, pretty good. Oh, Kids in the Hall. I forgot about Kids. I forgot Kids. I have not actually watched Degrassi at all. I forgot Kids in the Hall was Canadian. Kids in the Hall is not bad. Kids in the Hall is pretty good. Téléfrançois? No, I was not Arginois. I was not. As you can see by the lack of French in my own name. As if all the VTubers I know that are French Canadian have French in their name. One of them does. One of my Quebecois VTuber friends does have a French element to their name, but only one. You got that show from Quebec. It's horrific. Amazing. And Blue, yeah, I don't have almond glasses. I don't have those. I don't
What a tragedy.
What a farce.
What a farce this all is.
What a farce.
You would deny me my conquest.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Can a god not have a croissant?
A croissant?
Bachel.
Bottle. It's a children's puppet TV show about a makeup-clad pineapple teaching French to children in a junkyard. There's also a pilot and a skeleton. I don't get it either. Kids shows are, by default, completely demented. Like, they just kind of are by default.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, The coherence of the average children's television show is extremely low. Even children's television shows like you might have a high opinion of. Like, for example, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood is pretty incoherent. Or Sesame Street is actually kind of a fever dream. This thing is your sleep paralysis demon. Unfortunately, VTubers who are sleep paralysis demons have... actually, hold on. You inadvertently reminded me of something deeply, deeply fun. Also, wasn't Reboot Canadian? I think Reboot was Canadian.
It could have done. I do have a sleep paralysis demon though.
Who is it?
What do you mean? Who is it?
Who is it?
It's not a person. It's a fucking hallucination.
Is she single?
No, she has multiple arms.
No, I'm sorry. You've just inadvertently reminded me that somebody on Twitter made the post to the effect of saying, "Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look this one up." I'm gonna have to look this one up. We're gonna have to do some blow by blow.
No, please. Please, my lord, don't look it up. I can't take it anymore, my lord.
Hold up. No, where is it?
Okay.
Oh, goddammit, I could have been able to find it. Slap him with the catnip.
I can't stop Almantas with catnip. Oh, unless you meant me.
I think we meant you.
We'd be smoking that nip.
Damn it. Okay, I can't find it. A person on Twitter posted basically to the effect of, I can't believe... I struggle to believe that Laura Loomer was actually having sex with Donald Trump, because Laura Loomer looks like a sleep paralysis demon, and Donald Trump is deeply afraid of anything that's even adjacent to body horror. And not only did that tweet get entered into a court record, and then into the congressional record, Laura Loomer started demanding during the demanding to learn if that was Bill Maher's burner account.
Just a pro of nothing?
I apparently she thinks only Bill Maher is clever enough to compare her to a sleep paralysis demon. So I've got to say,
really sucks.
I've got to say that being the type of poster to not only get yourself into the congressional record is getting your tweets in the congressional record is like really winning at that posting.
Unironically, yeah. It's really, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
But what kind of gets me, and this is a connection I just made, is that Loomer is effectively the modern day equivalent of Grigory Rasputin.
Oh yeah. Extremely Rasputin-esque, yes. Yes, it's extremely.
Curious whatever happened to that guy.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Some say
Romanovs either.
Some say
he walks among us. I saw him in Roblox the other day.
Speaking of highly of Bill Maher should be punishable by international law. Right. Yes, the other I couldn't find it, but I did find the other piece of really funny news from the day, which is Sega using the police to recover Nintendo development kits that it had negligently disposed of.
I don't I mean, it's the UK, so it kind of makes sense, but
the level of stupidity.
Yeah.
The level of stupidity.
I mean, honestly, if I was a cop and like Sega, walked up to me and was like, "Hey guys, hey dude, you need to go recover the stuff that we gave away, because it's it's our property." I would look at them and say, "Gave away?"
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. I gotta put on the right one. Gave away? You must be pulling my leg here, mate. There we go. That's the right proper police accent. You lost it. Speaking of highly Bill Maher should be punishable by international law, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. What a reprehensible person. Just thoroughly.
You know what I'm just really mad about? I'm really fucking mad that so many like television personalities go gray early.
Yeah.
It pisses me the fuck off.
At the rate I'm going, I'm not gonna. It's gonna take a long time. I got a ways to go.
Dude, I just need to like body snatch. Oh shit, what's his name? What's his name? He's. Oh my god. Never mind. That dude who was like in CNBC or like I don't know CNN, MSNBC, whatever, who went like stark white hair in like his mid-30s. Is it Anderson Cooper?
Cooper did go.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, Cooper did go white super early.
Yep, I need to like take his genes. I need to become the fucking liquid snake of Anderson Cooper. All right. I can feel myself fading. I can feel my energy sapping. Oh no.
As we speak, I can feel myself going down.
This ain't good. You need to survive. Am I draining the energy from you by being an energy vampire? Oh god.
I don't think so.
God.
I don't think so. I think I am simply tired. It is non-trivially. I've been having a lot of sleep problems lately, so I don't think it's actually all that surprising.
I can save you.
Can you? How? What would you do? What would you do?
I would increase your iron consumption.
I might actually help. I might actually need to be upping my iron intake.
I would also increase your vitamin D consumption.
I might also be low on that. I've been sloppy about taking my vitamins and minerals. But I think
I would also recommend you get your chakras realigned.
Well, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that by getting into a bed.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So I'm going to shout out at Neanomancer. And I am... going to... is anybody active in Rinny's right now? Well, she's only been out for 5 hours. Oh, did something happen to Nano? Okay. No. Your Fugi went weird.
Oh, you're right. What the hell?
Your Fugi got scrungled.
I bet that Fugi man is updating shit on the back end.
Entirely possible. Too many paint chips. It's true. But yes, this has been Nanomancer.
Hi.
Here is this week's schedule. Tomorrow, I will be joined by Mr. John Ken Palm. We are going to be doing some old man yapping on Wednesday, which does not begin with an F at all. The Discord server is going to play In the Mood for Love and Punch Drunk Love. I like In the Mood for Love a lot. It's one of my favorite movies, so I am very excited about getting to re-watch it. I've never seen Punch Drunk Love, so I don't know. Thursday, Professor's Choice, I'm either going to paint or play Terra Nil, we'll find out. Friday, I'm going to be in a collab of Spirit Island. I believe Jack Nyko will be hosting it. Maybe also Lore Master of Sotek. I'm not clear on that point. But I like Spirit Island. I won't be streaming it my own perspective, so we'll be there. We're going to go over to Rinny's. We're going to raid Rinny's because it is her affiliate anniversary.
Let's go.
So everybody be nice to Rinny's. I am sure that if you are not already pretty familiar with Rinny's from me rating her 1,000,001 times, you will like her. You will like her. Rinny's is an artist. She has a very chill vibe. Yeah, no, take your meds. There are our... I'm actually going to use it.
You're right. Thank you for inviting me. I was wondering, let's get some sleepy.
I will not take Niano's meds. But everybody have a lovely time, and I am calling that a good night. Good night, folks.
Oh, well, good night, everybody.